Constitution yakaroa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amamnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commandando kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the Constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamazwe nhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanya tuachiri mukati uniform in hema. Sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo waku tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyara bati banyoboziba. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passport. Wazuraya sanya tweku sports. Constitution yakaroa slap. Now your cherry kutinhi. Wazuraya this time tikuya. Kataka tirira democracy ichipenya. Unobuda nerudo kana fosa. Ko parliament ya piwa. Hapana. Ko ame ya kabisa handover ya kashaya. Yang anda kumiteta. Quisa game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Zim ai. Geza. Geza. Zim ai. Wazuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotingira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passports. Oh. Wajibisa haudi kubizwa.
Move yourself, no need to prove.
Kana Constitution ya choka ngoma chindorira. When the Constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya
You finish yourself.
sanya tweku sports.
Sanya to sports. What?
Constitution yakaroa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amamnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commandando kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the Constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamazwe nhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanya tuachiri mukati uniform in hema. Sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo waku tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyara bati banyoboziba. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passport. Wazuraya sanya tweku sports. Constitution yakaroa slap. Kwisa, drum yotingira Goma zorira Wazuraya Wavadacha pastor Wavadacha pastor Kwisa soldier passports
Right, good evening to you, obvious listeners. We are about to start. We're starting straight away here. Come through.
When the Constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound.
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kuspotsu.
Sanyata to sports. What?
Constitution yakaroa slapa.
Just getting our guest connected.
Now the Constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba hema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanya tuachiri mukati uniform in hema. Co-sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mnyutemo wapu utongoma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyara bati vanyuboziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor.
Right, come through, obvious listeners. Come through. Press share button. Good evening to you.
Kwisa soldier passports.
To say today is quite defining. Why it's quite a defining time. And obvious listeners here, good evening to you. Tonight is very, very monumental in the history of our country. Because for the first time here, the man who Andrew Taunashe announced at the weekend that he is currently engaged in what he calls batting all of us. He's going to be addressing Zimbabweans in about 20 minutes, in less than 20 minutes from now. We've got a few guests here coming through tonight, and my apologies, folks. I just got cut off there. My apologies, folks.
Right.
Yes, please go ahead. I apologize.
If you can hear me, I'm just trying to find out if Zimai is still well.
Very much back here. I'm back here. I apologize. There was just a glitch there. Yeah.
All right, Zimai. Thank you very much. So, good evening, afternoon or morning, wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining Zimai Space today. It is, a blockbuster today, I think. An incredible night, and we will be giving you analysis of what is going on. And thank you very much for joining Zimai and Jerry Hudu and Chiso Live. And we will be giving you, breaking news. We'll be giving you a lot of information today. This, of course, could be, according to others, a do or die. It could be the end for Comrade Gaza, or it can be the beginning of something else that people will be looking up to. But the journey, has been very long. I mean, the activities have been happening, how many weeks now? And we continue to evaluate this. So, Zimai, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just doing some housekeeping, and I urge you to retweet the space, ladies and gentlemen. I will be doing the same so that we can be able to have a conversation with so many people. So lots of developments in our country, Zimbabwe, lots of stories that we are following today, of course, including the link between Chamisa and the opposition itself and what is going on, the link between Hope Washington and what is going on. It is important that we address these issues today. Zimai?
Oh, thank you very much, Hulu. You have you seem to have a certain eye and an ear for controversial matters. But I think I want to say, Hulu, that you're one of those people. Remember 3 years ago when I got acquainted with you, I've never met you physically, but just following your content and how inquisitive you were around people, and mainly here a man called Hopo Chingono, who was being investigated at that time by his own employer, Jeff Nyarota. You're one of the few activists, and I was expecting you to be a Chamisa person, and you ain't a Chamisa person, which I found to be shocking. But the level of how you have actually helped Chamisa's people in such depth and such dedication, I mean, surely you should be getting an award from Manuela Chamisa. Have they called you yet? Hey, Hulu, did you hear me? I said, have they called you? There must be. Oh yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, we just bring in comfort as well. Yeah, I was just saying, you know what? The Chamisa people must by now, they must have given you an award because you have assisted the civil society and the opposition, well, including people from ZANU-PF, by the way, who have been subjected to abuses. You've assisted so many people to solve a historic problem, a problem that's been happening between 2, 3, or 4 countries now. But anyway, we're bringing
Zimai,
it.
as you are just talking, listen, Zimai, as you are just talking like that, and for our fellow listeners today, I'm going to share with you something very unique, something that those who have always been saying, people have been talking about Hope Washington for no apparent reason and things like that. I've got something for you today that I'm going to show you. This did not actually come from me. There is one individual that actually sent me a message and said, "Oh, look at this." And then I said, okay, that is very incredible. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is actually a piece of evidence that you may have to look at today. But, well, we are also talking about Comrade Gaza. Is it D-Day for him? It could be the end today. It could be the beginning of something. But it has been a long journey, Zimai, and Sister Comfort Bond, welcome to the space. And for those who are just joining us now, thank you for joining Zimai, and thank you for joining me, Hulu at Pachiso Live. And we are always on the ground, ladies and gentlemen, gathering information for you, giving you evidence of developments taking place in our country, Zimbabwe. At the end of the day, the intention, the objective is to make sure that we offer to our people, servant leaders. We offer to our people ethical leaders. We offer to our people something that Nelson Mandela said, the need for good leadership in Zimbabwe. And that is what we are going to be doing. So there will be no sacred cows when it comes to these discussions. But at the same time, we respect others. We respect others, and when we err, when we make mistakes, you, the people of Zimbabwe, can correct us. There's nobody that is 100% right. There's nobody that is an angel, nobody that is clean. We all make mistakes. And when we make mistakes, you need to highlight those mistakes to us, and we go to learn. It is very wrong for somebody not to give an ear to good advice. It is very wrong for somebody not to give an eye to better advice. So it is important that we address these issues. We will be sharing with you a lot of information today. Of course, Comrade Gaza he's going to be talking as well right here, and you will have an opportunity to hear from him. Sister Comfort, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mkomahulu. Host Simba, thanks for putting this space together. I guess today is the day. Is it, Mkomahulu? I've been anxiously waiting for today. Among the other noise and things that are happening in the background, which we shall include tidbits of those in this conversation. But right now, at least the focus is on Comrade Blessed Geza. So thank you so much, Komahulu. Back to you.
I think it's quiet. Yeah.
I can hear everything, guys. I'm just doing some housekeeping. I'm doing some housekeeping. That's the reason why you see me delaying to respond. But I hear you, Sister Comfort. Thank you very much for those words. Of course, we're here today. Evaluating and analyzing the developments with Comrade Gaza. But before Comrade Gaza speaks today, we will already be giving information. Minister Daniel Garvey has been speaking in Harare, and it is important for all people to be following through on that. He has said already, Comrade Gaza has promised Umfeke Saga, but already Minister Garvey says he is the one that has managed to do that. He's the one that has managed to put Saga on Comrade Blessed Geza. So Blessed Geza is a decorated war veteran of the liberation war in Zimbabwe. He is an individual that was, whose video we have seen in 1980 as Zimbabwe got its independence and as the soldiers were coming to assembly points, preparing for negotiations at Lancaster House conference, at the Lancaster House conference between ZANU, as well as the Rhodesian Front, which colonized Zimbabwe. And today we have an opportunity, a significant day, as Comrade Gaza will also be speaking on this, on this day at 8:30. But we have a lot of other news that we're going to be sharing with you, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of other news that is going to help you to understand, put in perspective, what this development means to our country, Zimbabwe. We still continue to hope that our country, Zimbabwe, will continue to be a jewel in Africa, as said by the former president of Tanzania, Julius Nyerere, when he came to Harare. You remember, some of you might remember his words as we read that this is indeed a jewel of Africa. A teapot, the only country with the shape of a teapot, the only country where many of us have been skilled. And President Robert Mugabe from 1980 has given us, strong education. And we entered that independence with a lot of hope. So independence, 1980, Zimbabwe. And today we are again having an opportunity to discuss issues to do with our country. So we will be giving you an assessment and analysis of the developments taking place in Zimbabwe. What is the role of the war veterans today? What about the youth? What about the vendors? The stories about the vendors on the streets? What about the statements by Minister Daniel Garvey? What about Christopher Mchangwa himself, the spokesperson, of ZANU-PF, and the things that he has been saying? What about the vice president of Zimbabwe, and another decorated war veteran, the former, army general, commander of the army, Constantine Chiwenga? Where are we at this particular moment? What is the word from Comrade Gaza? We'll be giving an analysis on that. Zimai?
Oh, thank you very much, Hulu. What are you noticing here beyond an intergenerational intersection? I'm just asking, are you noticing something? I guess maybe I should rephrase my word here, because, as a journalist, I tend to want to understand today what is happening in connection to what happened, let's say last year, let's say 10 years, let's say 50 years ago, and also doing this with an agenda to project what might happen in the future. Are you with me? So I'm that type of a crazy journalist who wants to always talk about the past. So if I talk about, for instance, someone like Jacob Zuma, I will want to call him maybe Traore. I want to I won't use Traore. I will use maybe Gaddafi. Right, because I'll say, look, he's a liberator. So I want to connect the present to the past, with an agenda to also project into the future. And so I'm just curious to see how, I don't know if you are Hulu and Comfort here, how Geza, as someone who is in his 80s and who is a celebrated military military field officer, military intelligence officer as well, how he's helping the younger generation to leap into the future and avoid those things that he himself stepped onto. So, like, for instance, I'll give you an example. I am curious to see the Mnangagwas of today. So, for instance, because you remember that one of the biggest accusations that Geza is making against Mnangagwa is that he was a member of the special branch, of the Rhodesia special branch. And Grace Mugabe talked about it as well when she called Mnangagwa a liquidator, someone who kills everything and anyone in his path, and someone who even wanted to do a coup in 1980. And someone who has an ability to confuse people and just make it. These are accusations, and they're very strong accusations that are being made by Geza, by Grace Mugabe, and by some of the war veterans publicly. But my point is, do you think that Geza is managing, Hulu and Comfort, to really accurately connect the past to the future? So by helping the current generation not repeat the same mistakes that these war veterans are right now trying to rectify.
Right, Sister Donda, you can pick that.
Thank you,
Sister,
gentlemen.
Yeah,
thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, Simba, I think for me, the qualities of any good leader is really about reflection, introspection. And I think we know, in our tradition, it's very rare that you see a parent or a father figure coming and saying to his children, we messed up. I wonder, Simba, Komahulu, I wonder, everybody listening here, I wonder if the current sitting president of Zimbabwe, Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa, had come with that approach of, we have messed up for the last 4 decades. I was a part of that system that messed up. But you know what? Show us how we can correct this. I wonder what that would look like for his legacy. Because I'm a strong believer in light absorbs all darkness. So even if you have erred, Komaholi, you said in the beginning, nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. We're not perfect. But I think good leadership, speaking as an entrepreneur myself, there's so many projects I've started and failed. But out of that failing, I have come out with some pain and lessons, Auntie. So in regards to your question, Simba, about Comrade Blessed Geza, I think he really surprised me in his approach to own his stuff, to take ownership even on behalf of my war veterans, and saying, as your fathers, we messed up and we need to correct this. And this is something that, again, before I give the mic to my fellow co-host, Brother Hulu, I wonder if President Mnangagwa, in the last few years he's been in office, if he had had that same approach. That's at least what I was assuming when I headed to Zimbabwe. Since Zimbabwe is open for business, I was thinking about that piece of the reflection of a leader who says, the way we've been doing things hasn't been working. Let's reason together. Let's make this work. Let's rewrite this narrative. So that's what I'm sensing from President, from Comrade Blessed Geza, Simba. Komahulu, over to you.
Yeah. Again, welcome to those that are joining us for the first time. Thank you for joining Zimai and for joining me, Hulu at Pagis Life, and for joining Sister Comfort Donda as we are preparing to give you a comprehensive analysis of developments in Zimbabwe. Yes, Simba, when it comes to your question in terms of the link between the past and the future, we have heard from Comrade Gaza himself speaking and stating that they, that is the war veterans, have reached their afternoon of their life. Many of them are over 70 years, 80 years, and he said and promised that he would love to see a country being left in the hands of individuals that are going to make Zimbabwe a democratic space, individuals that are going to unite our people. And I believe that that kind of a message resonates with many individuals, especially those Zimbabweans scattered across the world. And we have always, argued that a better society and a better government is that which can be able to bring back, those Zimbabweans who are in the diaspora. Considering the fact that you see our country is blessed with minerals and many resources, including human resources, by the way, and we are here. We are here to set the tone for our country, to set the tone for the development of our nation, and together with many others. We don't hate ZANU-PF. I'm a product of ZANU-PF. I was born and bred in ZANU-PF. I understand our parents coming back from the war. They wanted to see a free, prosperous, independent Zimbabwe. And the objective of the war was for one man, one vote. So we do have a constitution, Zimai. We do have a constitution in Zimbabwe that we wrote in 2013. And among other things in that constitution was the need for electoral reforms to be instituted in our country, Zimbabwe, including, such electoral reforms where we see the independence of the ZEC, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, and the independence of the military. That the military should focus on the barracks. The police must do their job. Separation of power when it comes to the three arms of our government, the executive, the parliament, as well as the judiciary, so that we do not have a captured judiciary which operates at the whims of those that are in power. And that is the intention. That is the objective of building a better country. So we learn from other countries as well. We learn, you have said, Traore in Burkina Faso, what he has done at the moment coming from the military. And some people seem to be warming up to a scenario where the military in Zimbabwe can play a greater role in terms of political maneuvering and replacing leadership in Zimbabwe. But then we've walked this road before in 2017, and it becomes necessary. For people to note that you see, we expect that our military must also be able to be democratic. We expect that the political developments in our country must be such that the voice of the people must continue to be respected, and respect of the voice of the people must also be anchored on an economic trajectory that empowers the youth. That do not only support the elite who get all the tenders, and at the end of the day, you have got hordes of youth having to line up at the passport office to look for a job outside of our country, or fail to do anything that is economically viable in our own country. So the long and short of it, Zimai, there is the fact that what the war veterans are doing at this particular juncture, although we can say it is fraught with challenges, because look, they're speaking mainly. The words are mainly coming from them, those who have gone to war. But at the same time, the promises are also for the youth. But people say we had the same promises in 2017. Have they been delivered now in 2025? So this is a developing story, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow Zimbabweans and Africans and people of the world who have just joined us. It is now 26 minutes to 8 in Harare. Also at 26 minutes to 8
yes,
in the
it looks
city
like
of Bulawayo.
it looks like the main speaker for the night hasn't joined in as yet. So we'll switch once he's live.
Yes, and to also just remind our people that we expect possibly today, it might happen that war veterans will be speaking after Comrade Gaza. They will be coming up to this space and speaking after Comrade Gaza has spoken. So we are working on it in the background to make sure that we have the voice of the war veterans, so we can ask them directly in terms of what do they have to offer to the young people in our country. Sister Comfort?
That was going to be my question, I was just thinking when you were answering Simba's question, we realized that overall, Comrade Blessed Geza, for me personally, he reflects a very complex figure in the discourse of our politics. He comes to me, he strikes me as an agitator. But then there's also this mixed feelings that it's kind of sparked some mixed reactions, right? While I see him, or some of us see him as a fearless whistleblower, there are some people who are seeing him as self-serving. What would you like to say about that for those who are seeing him as self-serving, which is not my stance, but I would like to hear what Zimbabweans think about that. For those people who are thinking Comrade Blessed Geza is here to self-serve versus the first approach that we talked about, where I'm saying they are coming and saying we messed up, and before we transition to being your ancestors, with all respect, we really want to correct things for the next generation. At least when Comrade Blessed Geza is speaking, this is what I'm picking up. What are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Yeah, that is a very good question. Zimai, go. You want to check that?
Right. It's quite interesting, that there are such ideas that.
Sorry, Zimai, just a moment.
Thank you.
For those who have just joined us on the speakers, guys, we'll be giving you an opportunity to speak shortly. Thank you very much for joining on the speaker position. We'll be allowing also to give your word shortly. Zimai, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and also you will be interrupted once Comrade Gaza starts speaking. So get ready also to be shut down while you're speaking, because Gaza is the main man for the night. So yeah, so it is. I'm finding it quite curious when Gaza started his interviews and the like and speeches at HSTV. He was accused of fronting a selfish agenda because of one of the statements that he made was that we also want to be ministers. I also want to drive a nice car or something like that. And because of that statement, he was labeled a self-seeking, self-pushing agenda man who doesn't have the interests of the masses. Are you one of those people? I think what's going to be important is to get feedback from what people think. What people are thinking at present, because it shouldn't be me dictating what I think, because I have access to Gaza just as I have to a few other sources, and I shouldn't rush to conclude what I have found. And what I say shouldn't be my opinion. It should be news. It should be things that people are perceiving, your views, not me telling you what to think. But you cannot deny that there is such an impression that Gaza is a selfish man. What do you think? Let's hear from others here. Who is coming in first? We have.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Simba, that is very true. There's so many things floating around to be sharing with our audience in terms of some of the things that have been said of our Comrade Gaza. By the way, I want our listeners to take note of the fact that there was a time when Comrade Gaza made statements while he was still in Zimbabwe. And in some of his statements, Comrade Gaza ended up leaving the country, and we saw Comrade Gaza opening.
Are you saying that is official? Hulu, that he is outside the country, because I think that's a jump. That.
Okay.
Mati jump up.
Okay. Let's not go there, Simba. All right, let's not go there for now. And let us just say there was a time when Comrade Gaza did not have a Twitter account, and there was a time when he now had a Twitter account and he's speaking to our people. And other people have observed some changes and things like that. We will be talking about the relationship between him and the vice president. We'll be talking about his relationship with the war veterans today. So we hold on to that for now. we will be discussing that. Let me just welcome the other speakers who have just joined us. Winner, Aboko, and Mkukuzi. Let me start with you, Mkukuzi. Welcome to the space. How are you today? Mkukuzi has just fallen. Aboko, how are you? What is the full name? Let me see. Aboko Mohammed. Where are you from?
Basically, I'm from Somaliland, unrecognized state on the Horn of Africa. I don't know if you had before. But,
Somalia. Yes, Somalia.
Somaliland.
Somaliland.
Yes, Somaliland is another country.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's one of the.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah. One of the. Most other countries, they are oppressed with dictators. And failure, I think the neighbor of Somalia is also a failure, of course, still in conflict. I just really interested.
It looks like we've lost him, right? Is it me? Is it me who has lost him, Hulu?
A new movement is beginning. I think one of trend rather than to and new rival, which I think put I'm sorry to your president actually is quite. I can't pronounce properly, but so how is luckily whether the military force tried to remove it is possible outcome to take place as to remove the president the office and reconstruct the country. That's my question.
All right, Sister Comfort, do you want to pick this?
I can, yes, Brother Mohammed, salam alaikum, my brother, welcome, Thank you for joining. This shows us that, the whole of Africa is watching. This morning I had a doctor's, my driver was, and he, and I was from Zimbabwe, and he, and I think Simba was with you on the phone. I think you had a bit of our conversation. So it's wonderful when we are engaging even beyond our borders. To your question, Brother Mohammed, you're asking if it's possible for what is happening through a former war veteran to accomplish having our president, be asked to step down. I think I would say yes, it's possible because we have seen that. We actually went through the way President Emerson Mnangagwa, and you can call him ED for short or HE, His Excellency, right? We have seen him into the office, into the highest, such a similar process. So I wouldn't say never, ever. I think it's possible. I also think that, Brother Mohammed, if the history discuss on the continent of dictators is when they are sitting in power, when they are sitting in that position, we cannot imagine them being out. They emphasize on us never imagining. I'll start with our President Robert Mugabe, the late. We never imagined, we never in office, but 317. Africa, we had Yaya Jammeh in West Africa. And I'll speak about the Gambia because I'm very, very familiar. I have a working relationship with the Gambia. People of the Gambia, like the people of Zimbabwe, and Yaya Jammeh had really glorified himself to a place where, if the Gambia is Muslim, it's a Muslim country. Even when his motorcade was passing and people were on their way to the mosque for prayer, they had to stop and ensure that they bow. He had become a demigod. But one fateful day, when the people were oppressed were tired, we saw Yaya Jammeh fleeing the country of Gambia, the Smiling Coast. He actually right now is, as we speak, he's somewhere in Guinea. He's somewhere in exile. So to your question, my brother, that's my lengthier answer to say, if you watch and notice the patterns of any dictatorship, at some point the people who are oppressed, they will come for the oppressor. Because you can only take away people's sovereign rights for so long. They may seem tired, but I think there's a threshold where people grab their power back. Because that is by design, our nature. We are designed by God to be sovereign. We are designed by God to be sovereign human beings. At some point, we desire safety. We desire access to basic needs. And when you keep being oppressed in that way, there's a tipping point, and I think Zimbabwe is at the tipping point right now. I hope I answered your question well, and I'll let my host and co-host also chime in. To you, Nkomahulu or Simba?
Yeah, you see, Brother Aboko, we welcome you, like what Sister Comfort has said, and I think the answer that she tried to give you there is quite sufficient, and we can move to the next speaker on that we have, Chichuma. Is it Chichana or Chichuna? Chichuna, are you there? Chichana, are you there? Okay, Wina, are you able to speak? Okay, Wina, it doesn't seem like he's able to speak. So, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue as we wait for, that breaking news and the statement coming from Comrade Blessed Geza. So, Aboko, do you have anything else to add briefly?
Yes, actually, I have. I really appreciate Sister, very constructive question I asked, and also highlighted related to entire, issue, entire dictatorships and systems we have been through in Africa, and we still suffering as African people. It doesn't matter whatever the situation in Africa. That I want to let my sister and to you guys that if the situation is happening with Horn Africa, or this happening in Central Africa, South Africa, whatever, we all Africa feel that pain. We all Africa suffering because our brothers and sisters are in situation which they shouldn't be or deserve. But one of the things I just want to know also, Father, is that, well, we want to remove the power. I know what is happening, and I know how the president leads since 2017. I know what the crisis in this and the economy, the life, whatever. I really someone who activates, political activist, even though my country is not recognized. However, at the same time, as Somaliland, we are democratic system. We have political system, which is a three political system. Every 10 years we renew the political parties. We have presidential election last November, and our president take over the office December 13. We elect new political party, and next 10 years would be national political party. What I want to know, and fairly, all Africa most of the time we file. We can do as sometimes a revolt with long training or dictator, but the alternative option always cannot be the one that's sustainable for the people, and does not change much. But only the same, individual who have same behavior, same issues, come to the power, because the problem is not the individual, but it is, I think, the constitution of the country. Yeah. So if this happen now. If this is happening now, and to be successful, what would we be option to lead in prosperous way and use peace and stability to the Zimbabwean people.
Yeah, peace and stability. You see, we have talked about it, that it should be anchored on our supreme law, which is the constitution of our country. We set down many, including those in the ruling party and those in the opposition, to write out a constitution. So at the basic level, we expect our leaders to follow that constitution. That is how we are going to be able to strengthen the democratic process in the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are just joining us again, let me thank you for joining Dimai and joining me, Hulu, at Petiso Live today. We are going to be unpacking, the speech of Comrade Blessed Gaza, who is going to be speaking shortly, and at the same time, we are also going to give you a much bigger analysis in terms of reports of infiltration, reports of certain things happening around this issue, and we'll be sharing with you shortly. But
you know what? While they're on that, Hulu, there's a tweet here that was really curious, and this is the only curious, or shall we say, weird tweet that Comrade Gaza made, and that was before his video last week. And he announced that he has got nothing to do with a spaces discussion that had been set up by Hopewell and Gerald Belt. Is there something to learn from that, or that's just negligible, that we don't even need to talk about that? Because that was a bit weird, right?
Yeah, it was obviously weird, and many people in the space, I think, every time that I have spoken about other Twitter hosts, they know that I have had great respect for others. We support each other, we love each other, and you see things like that. But there is no doubt in my mind that you see, we have seen the activities of Hope, one of the award-winning journalists, poking his nose on the developments taking place with Comrade Gaza. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that before Comrade Gaza started speaking on Twitter and on YouTube and other platforms, Hope Ochimono was asked specifically to comment on Comrade Gaza, and he said, "I have got no business with what Gaza is doing. This is ZANU PF. This has to do with ZANU PF, and so I have got no business discussing ZANU PF, interested at all." But today, if you check, you will be so shocked that Hopewell has started to be very much interested in what is happening with Comrade Gaza. We have seen him responding even to Nick Mangwana, spokesperson Nick Mangwana, permanent secretary, and he said that the Gaza revolution did manage to shut down Harare. So it is a developing story, but it is important for our people to take note of the fact that somebody, I told you I'm going to be sharing with you some information. Because we have got some speakers here, let me just give them a chance, and I'm going to tell you something, and you need to check it for yourself. Somebody sent me a message, and he said, check this, and I would want you guys to also check it. But let me respect the speakers who have just joined us so that I give them an opportunity. Shining, as we're waiting for the speech of Comrade Gaza, obviously this is a D-Day, some have said, and there is a possibility that this is the end of Comrade Gaza or the beginning of something. Winner,
explosive.
Speak first before you, Shining. Earlier, Winner, you couldn't speak, so go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining and giving us the platform to actually say something out of our hearts. First and foremost, I do like to say, in Zimbabwe, I think we actually lack what we call a national agenda. I can see the person by the name Blessed Gezza did try to actually awaken that. Of course, according to my analysis, What I can say is that he's coming, but he's like coming with a prescription, like someone who's taken to a doctor. So I don't know if that is exactly what we need at this particular time, or we actually ought to actually go up for something that will resonate with everyone and will be actually a national question that will usher us into a Zimbabwe that we actually look forward to. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wina. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to whether Comrade Gaza's actions can usher in anything, to our country, I think that is the reason why today we are going to be analyzing it in much more detail. So we go to wait, but there are some developments that we can be able to share with you, and we'll be sharing with you shortly as we wait for Comrade Gaza's submission. Let me go to Brother Shiny. Minjani host.
Hayi kona minjanivo
Ikhona akabanjani van'wani kwale khaya
va tsaka swinene.
Khani mambo. Please go ahead and tell us what you think.
Yeah, for me, I think that this has been a discussion that Zimbabweans have been holding for the past few days. I think in the beginning we started by discussing whether the third phase was even a possibility. And as we know, the third phase happened, resulting in some people going to the towns to protest, and a majority of people staying in their homes. Many businesses closed. But what we do know from what happened on 31st is that, of course, 98 people ended up being arrested. The 98 have since been denied bail today and remanded in prison until the 10th of April, creating yet another emergence that comes from the as an aftermath of this demonstration, because it raises questions of how, if you are in remand prison, people have to bring you food from the house. And do these people have all these provisions and so on and so forth? But we'll not go into that. We're just talking about what happened. I talk about also a dichotomy that we did see, a dichotomy around the question of whether the demonstration had been a success or a failure. There were people on both sides. I, because of where I stand, I can analyze and tell you that those who say it was not a success, they cite the slow start of the demonstration, they cite the low numbers of the people that attended such demonstration. They even blame the arrest of the 98 on those that cheered them on to go and protest. But those who say it was a success, they said they don't care. The point is that something happened on 31. There were some people that protested, even 98 were arrested, and even those that stayed in the house were protesting because they stayed away. So it's a very, very interesting discussion. But what we do know, even also there was the discussion about whether it was a good idea to pause the demonstration for yesterday. Because as you know, Comrade Gaza said that you're going to pause the demonstration, and we also had a raging debate around that. But as we can see, I think everybody, whether we believe it was a success or not a success, we are all a lot of us are anxious to see what Comrade Gaza is going to announce today. We talk about the dividend of this protest. If there is a dividend, I think that the lion's share of the dividend is going to go to one of the factions of ZANU-PF that is fighting for the control. As you know, there are two factions, one with the Comrade Gaza and the other with the president. And so whichever is going to come out victorious will take the lion's share of the dividend that comes out of this protest. And now we all wait to hear what is Comrade Gaza going to say to us. So to sort of allude to the question, what we're asking in the beginning, is this action of Comrade Gaza altruistic? Yes, to some extent, there's some altruism, but to an extent, there is a desire to preserve ZANU-PF in some shape or form. This is what I can say. Thank you very much. I'll wait to hear what others think.
Thank you very much, Brother Shining. And for those that are joining us for the first time again, it is important for you to note the fact that we cannot, end this space, without, of course, addressing the issues that were raised by other people. You remember, I think you have heard that, Sister Comfort herself has been reported at a police station in the United States of America by Hopo Chingono. And also, you have seen Hopo Chingono posting a lot when it comes to Comrade Gaza and, some allegations of infiltration already, floating around when it comes to the developments there. We are also going to be showing you some evidence, as we discuss here, something that you yourself can be able to look up and check for yourself. And Nelson Chamisa being accused of being very weak by Hopo Chingono. The agenda itself, we will also be putting it up there for you to ponder on it, because we are obviously speaking about our people, about our country, and this is yet another day and another hour we meet to discuss these issues. Thank you again for joining Zimai and for joining me, Hulu, at Purchase Live. We'll be sharing this information with you shortly. Simba, I might want, when I speak about the other issues to do with that infiltration story, you may actually need to type it up. There's somebody that is a message here, and the information that they've sent to me is very interesting, and I would want you. I think
you know what? There's a delay. I was just on the phone here. There's a delay for Comrade Gaza. But folks, I just wanted to tell you I was on the phone just now. And musa chike right ndapedza right ndapedza ndataura neshona.
Okay. All right, let's move to Brother KK. Brother KK, welcome to the space. Go ahead. Brother KK, are you there? And then we go to Bossalani after that. KK?
Hulu, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you? Go ahead.
I'm good. Thanks, Mr. Hulu. And I want to appreciate the platform. Obviously, from where I stand, I think we've touched on some key issues. Politics is always about capturing the national mood. And I think what we are missing in the discussions that pursuant to the proposed demonstrations and things like that. Obviously, we're looking at whether there was a success there or a failure. It's interesting to always look at things in those strict terms, but it's something that has captured, national discourse, captured the national mood itself, and what it will boil down to depends on a number of factors. So obviously, the response of the state is important in terms of its state apparatus, how that will be perceived by people themselves, whether they will feel secure to pursue certain actions and certain things within their democratic space. That will be another aspect of this whole thing. But I want to go back to what this thing centers. It centers issues that are pertinent to the generality of the public. Things that have been talked about, things that have been ignored, and Hulu, I've also followed your posts at times, and I've seen you also raise concern over those same issues. It's only that now they've gained gravitas, they've gained momentum, they are finding traction because they are being discussed at a certain level. I think this is important. This is a national discussion, far more important than trying to protect certain corners of our society. I think it's important that we center Zimbabwe, we center and its people, the national mood, national discourse, in begin to arrive at a path that will speak to our aspirations and what we want to see being the key aspect being delivered by those whom we elect into power. And that's important for me, and that's important for everybody else. So I think it's important to hear where we are, but so far, I think just looking at what has happened, whether we want to call it a national stay away or a national protest, whatever you want to call it, but there was some coming together on it that the people of Zimbabwe managed to achieve. And there is obviously certainty over the issues they would wish to have addressed. And it is my hope that people who are in authority begin to pay attention rather than throwing distractions, that they begin to actually really pay attention to those issues. Perhaps we may begin to find the process of national healing and finding each other. Thank you, Hulu.
Right.
Yeah,
Hulu,
thank you very much.
Hulu, I was going to ask,
brother.
is there a way we could try and fast forwards to talk about those issues about infiltration, because they're security issues.
Yes.
Because you know what,
Yes.
we could have spent, when we will spend the whole night after Gaza has spoken, and after Gaza has spoken, we're going to be talking more about reviewing what he has said and the like. So there won't be time to talk about the infiltration. Yes. And I have to emphasize what Gaza is addressing today and what this whole Gaza ring is about, this whole back thing, is issues of security that the war veterans failed on in the 60s and 70s. That is why we are here. That is why it's taken 50 years to work out how on earth does one of the richest countries in Africa, and arguably in the world, one of the most resourced countries in the world, struggling, a country that used to give aid to Great Britain not long ago. Why is it that the Rhodesia Special Branch will boast saying there will never be majority rule for another 1,000 years? And we're all watching. Why is it? It's because of a security matter relating to infiltration. And that is what Gaza Ring is all about. So I think, Hulu, we need to fast forwards at present, deal with this. It is a housekeeping issue. It's a nation-keeping issue. Because you can't be serious about Gaza when you're not serious about dangers or filth that you're seeing that is right in front of you, that you could easily just wipe off. And you move to a better spot. So could we come to those issues of infiltration, Hulu, so that we don't become like Grace Mugabe, who starts screaming after 37 years, right? You know, blowing out with a microphone like a mad woman, right? Simply because a coup is about to happen. Let's deal with dangers that we're seeing today, so that Hulu, when we go off this space, no one is going to be mugged, right? So,
exactly.
Absolutely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking about it shortly. Let me just run two more speakers, and then from there, we will be highlighting some of the developments that you may need to take note of. There has been reports of already infiltration in Comrade Gaza's camp. So the Gaza revolution itself, there has been reports of people who have infiltrated it, and apparently directing some of the things that are being said and directing some of the decisions that are being taken. And it becomes necessary for us to highlight some of these, present dangers and developments before Comrade Gaza himself starts speaking. We will be doing that. So let me just quickly go to Bosolani and then from there go to Taxi Driver before we address those issues. So we are going to be sharing with you, if you've got your phone, you can also be able to check up on your phone some of the things that I'm going to be sharing with you. Check it for yourself and see for yourself, right? All right. So Bosolani, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, Hulu. Thanks, Simba. Comfort, good to see you for the space. And greetings to everybody else. Well, it's been a very interesting day. I mean, gosh, since the 31st of March, M31, yay? That was the name that it was given. A lot of things did not go as Comrade Gaza said they would. And that's the first rule of organizing a protest or a campaign. You definitely have to make sure that things happen the way you say or the way you planned. And what I've seen on social media, a lot of people are trying to put their fingers in it to say, oh, guys, we did such a great thing. We are part of it. These people were even quiet before Geza was talking. And now they want to act like our user, and I Promise Mukwananzi are coming through with a statement. Promise Mukwananzi, for those who have been keeping an eye or participating in Zimbabwean politics, he was part of Tajamuka. And in Tajamuka, they used to say, shut down Zimbabwe. I know Simba will remember that. I don't know, maybe you might have interviewed them at one point in time. They would say, shut down Zimbabwe, don't go to work, stay at home, don't go to school, don't do anything. This is what we're doing. Their calls for protest never worked out. Never once. It didn't. No one shut down anything. The people continued as normal. And then on the day where people then decide to stay home, they're very quick to say, oh, we did it, Zimbabweans, trying to get some relevance from something that they had nothing to do with, something which is purely the citizenry that made a decision for themselves. That is the statement that citizens made. So Geza also didn't get what he wanted. He said, come out in your numbers. People did not come out in their numbers. They stayed at home in their numbers. The government of Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF, didn't get what they wanted. They told people to act as normal, go to work, everything is fine. People stayed at home. They also didn't listen to them. That was not successful for Geza, for the government, for ZANU-PF, for Anata Jamuka, or any person that is purporting right now that it was a success for them. It was not. The 31st March marked the success of Zimbabweans saying to themselves, Taranga kuitiswa. We will not be used. We will not be played. We are going to stay home because we're not involved in whatever is happening. And I'm proud of Zimbabweans for doing so. And I've been advocating for Zimbabweans to stay at home. I've said there have been people on social media saying go into the streets. People who don't even live in Zimbabwe telling you to go into the streets. I asked them, why don't they buy a ticket and go into the street first? Then they called me all sorts of names. But guess what? When push came to shove, people stayed at home. Why? It's safer there. Now there's talk of 90-something people who've been incarcerated, and there's a talk of, oh, they need food. Well, they should get food from Geza. What are you on about? Who organized Geza? They should get food from Geza. Don't come to me. Don't come to us and act like, oh, we are part and parcel of it. You have to make a decision for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't care about you. You know, you're not as big as the big players, right? Blessed Mtlanga is still incarcerated right now. Geza said you wouldn't be arrested. So why was Blessed Mtlanga arrested? Geza said that he demanded his release. Why is it that Blessed was not released? Ask yourself that question. And tomorrow when you partake in this and something happens to you, you want to come back to us and say, oh, we need to support you. No, make it make sense for me. I'm telling you right now, you will not be someone that I'm going to post, oh, we need to support these people. Because guess what? On the 31st of March, there were people throwing stones and rocks into the street, into the road. What did the road ever do to you? Do you not see that you can cause an accident for a citizen who's got nothing to do with this thing, but so yeah, you should be arrested. That's not peaceful. When we talk about peaceful protest, please, Simba, in future, Nana Wulu, let's define what a peaceful protest looks like, because we've got people and amateurs who are taking part in something and they're not being peaceful. So if they do get arrested for doing certain things like that, that makes sense for me. Because you should not disrupt my life because of your political sentiments. I should not be affected by it. And neither should you force me into a situation where I can no longer do the things that I do to provide for my families. Let's get that right. Okay? Right now, Geza is putting out a statement, and he put out a statement before. And he said that, oh, I canceled a protest. How do you cancel a protest that flopped anyway? How do you cancel it? Please, could I with a damage control? Let's get this right. You guys are now evidence. Thank you for that. Because I'm so surprised with someone like Gaza, who is ZANU-PF, has never put out evidence of any of the things that he has said, and he was high up the ranks in ZANU-PF. What were these people doing? Were they sleeping on the job? Gaza had a high position in ZANU-PF, and you're telling me he's got no evidence about anything that he's told us so far? What was he doing? Was he napping?
Man. That's nonsense, man. That's nonsense, man. That's nonsense, man. We can't do what that's
And then you allow him to interrupt me when I'm speaking. Let me speak. What's your problem? Paid by who?
Maybe try to land also, Salani, because we need to give others. Yeah.
Right now I'm talking about evidence. Udisa evidence.
So what's your
problem? Let me speak.
man.
Man. Evidence. Look at how you're affected. In the words of, in the voice of Chabangu, don't be emotional. Don't be emotional. Calm down. Calm down. Hulu, I need to speak. Can you drop this person down so I can finish?
All right, please, guys.
This is not your place. No.
No.
Okay, folks, can you hold? Folks,
look at how upset you are. Simba, can I finish my submission?
Right, okay, Salani, can you finish in 30 seconds because others haven't spoken?
With this guy on the podium, you need to drop him down.
Oh,
Not gonna work.
Okay, right.
Drop him down and then bring him back.
Okay, Salani, 30 seconds. He is quiet. 30 seconds. Just roll down.
Drop this guy down.
No. He is quiet. He is quiet. Please go ahead. Just go ahead in 30 seconds.
I will stop and my time will be extended.
Okay, go ahead in 30 seconds. Thank you.
You even have look at what they do. Simple and straightforward. I told people to stay at home. Well done, Zimbabweans. You listened. We don't need numbers. We just need to talk sense. And I asked you a question. Would he say evidence? DSI has got no evidence to back up what he's saying, and he was high up the ranks in ZANU-PF. That doesn't make sense to me. It absolutely does not make sense. And then you've got people who've said they're opposition. Chamisa, someone was saying is weak. With all due respect, Chamisa is actually done something that I respect for the first time. Because he wasn't just quiet when his name was mentioned and linked to Chiwenga, VP Chiwenga. He said, I'm not involved. And then you, the supporters of Chamisa, said he's a sellout. What's wrong with you? You wanted him to be arrested? If anything, you guys who purport to be opposition, you showed yourself to be sellout. Because if you were opposition, you would side with Chamisa, but you failed. You are siding with a PF player. You are sellout, simple and straightforward. And we were Yashua.
Yeah, no, Salani. Okay. Right. Okay. So who's next?
This platform
yeah, Salani.
Right, ladies and gentlemen,
Salani, we can't have you using such a language here. This is a space that children also listen on. So let us be tolerant and let us not use inflammatory or vulgarities.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue, and it is important for you to observe the fact that there are reports. Before I go to Taxi now, before we speak about the reports of infiltration, because we have only 10 minutes now before Comrade Gaza speaks. So, Taxi, you can speak. Try to make it short so I can.
You know me, I come with structure. You know, I don't do messing about. Ulu, thank you very much, Simba. It is a pleasure to be here. My sister Comfort, all love to you. My sister will love you. Anyway, let me get into what I want to say. Ulu, remember my statement, and I'll repeat it. Who is saying what to who, to what effect? This is a non-event that a lot of people have hotspotted themselves onto without actually understanding what is being communicated. When the message is very clear, Comrade Gaza, I respect him because, of course, he gave me my identity. He's part of the crew that gave me my identity, right? He fought for the country, a selfless individual. So I will afford him the title Comrade because you can't strip that away. But what he's advocating for are personal gains, in my view, if I'm reading from what he said. Tuto dao, and I don't know why some Zimbabweans locate themselves in that message where they locate themselves, right? It's good, yes, they are entitled to some respect, but we have a democratic candidate that gets you into power through a democratic means. I mean, if he's willing, he's a Zimbabwean just like me. He should be afforded the constitutional right to put his name in the hat. If people vote for him, he wins it, he gets in. Unfortunately, if you want to get into power, you have to be voted by Zimbabweans. You have to sell your story to Zimbabweans, right? And people have to buy into it. Not be in that blah blah. No. It's unconstitutional that way. So anyway, Ulu, I'll stop by just saying, who is saying what to who, to what if? I don't know where Zimbabweans are locating themselves here and thinking that,
well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm asking if we could restrict to 1 minute per person so that we can do that. The most important, the security matter, because honestly, we end up just degenerating into a chit chat here when we've got the most important. What Gaza is all about, folks. It is addressing a security infiltration. That is everything that Gaza is. And it's important for this session to address also things that people are already seeing happening right now that relates to similar. And I think Hulu, let's just go straight into that matter now. That's my proposal. Otherwise, there won't be value here. Do you get me? This will just be another space. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is very important for you to take note of the fact that there are reports that the Gaza revolution, has somehow been hijacked by certain individuals, including your award-winning journalist, Hopo Chingono. He has now taken center stage and interest in what Comrade Gaza is speaking to the people. He has not stopped now talking, and he's talking and talking almost every day and posting. And yet, before that, when he was asked by some individuals about his opinion on Comrade Gaza, we saw Hopo replying and saying that he had no interest in what is happening in ZANU-PF. Then, after that, we observed Hopo Chingono retweeting a space where he said that, Comrade Gaza was going to speak. And then later, Comrade Gaza said that he is not going to be speaking about it. So as we talk to you right now, there are reports that Hopo Chingono himself has been putting pressure on Comrade Gaza to speak in a certain way, despite the fact that there are other individuals around Comrade Gaza himself who are kind of resisting resisting that. And this is something that happened also in the Citizen Coalition for Change. I think many of you remember that Hopo Chingono also, had influence in the Citizen Coalition for Change. And there came a time when Advocate Nelson Chamisa also stopped to listen, to what Hopo Chingono was saying. And Hopo Chingono started to become very angry and even promised that he was going to be releasing information to prove that Advocate Nelson Chamisa is a crook and somebody that has stolen money. So now we are reporting this so that don't be surprised that if the Gaza revolution collapses today, for example, you might you might see Hopo coming up to tell you certain things that you guys have not seen. That, I mean, he has done it with Bibi Mhlanga. As soon as Bibi Mhlanga went, to jail, immediately what he did is he picked on it, went to Bibi Mhlanga's house to buy groceries. And as they bought groceries, it was one way of making sure that Bibi Mhlanga is on his side. He knows how to play this game, a game that we have seen being played even in our politics, where people are being bought, people are being given opportunities, and all of a sudden you see people can no longer criticize somebody. What they do now is they start giving information to that individual, and that collapses political parties. And yet, this is a developing story. So as the time is ticking now, as we wait to listen to Comrade Gaza, Hopewell himself has actually promised that he is reporting Comfort Dondo in the United States today, on allegations. The allegations of Comfort Dondo being a bitter ex and stuff like that. And he has now said he's going to be reporting Comfort Dondo. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to take note of the fact that when Hopewell Chungono spoke about his government in exile, he did exactly the same. When people criticized him, he promised that he's going to the United Kingdom. And there was a time he went to the United Kingdom and he said that he's going to be reporting people so they get arrested. And yet, we have him representing, Bibi Mhlanga, the guy who is actually incarcerated. And we all say Bibi Mhlanga must be free. But here we have an individual who is supposed to be an award-winning journalist proposing that anybody that criticizes him must go to jail. I want you to go to Hopewell's Twitter handle now and just type the word SUE to sue someone. You will see that word appears several times. Winner, can you please mute your mic? It appears several times. A person who is supposed to be on the side of freedom, a person who is supposed to be on the side of those who are incarcerated, those who are in jail, wishing that they must get out of jail, is the very same person that is promising to sue people. Now, if they are promising to sue individuals out of Zimbabwe, imagine if they had power inside Zimbabwe. If they had power in Zimbabwe, to sue people, all of us will be in jail. Those who are going to criticize will be in jail. So I want people to understand the fact that this is something that we are reporting. Go to his timeline, just type sue, as in suing, arrest. You will notice that that word appears several times from Hopewell Chungono, threatening to sue people. Every time, whenever people speak something he doesn't agree with, he's threatening to sue them. Now, Comrade Gaza himself is going to be speaking shortly, and we have got information that some of the stuff that Hopewell has suggested to Comrade Gaza is that he must talk about a stay away, a very long stay away, in order to cripple the government. That people must stock up on food, and they must stock up on food and prepare for a stay away. So Comrade Gaza must speak about a stay away, which is going to cripple the government until the government get out of office. But is that going to happen in Zimbabwe? That is the big question. Because Comrade Gaza did ask for an insurrection on Monday, and that insurrection ended up not happening. What we ended up seeing is a stay away. So Hopewell Chungono has been giving advice in terms of, look, the stay away did happen. So what we need to do now is to tell people to stay away indefinitely, encourage people to stock on the food, and then this can cripple the government. And he himself will then have a way of then becoming part of the government. He knows he doesn't have popular support on the ground, but then through using other individuals, he believes that he can now be able to have that influence that will eventually replace Nelson Chamisa as an alternative opposition political leader. So this is a developing story that we are following, and Comrade Gaza is going to be speaking right now in about a minute, and we are all going to hear what are some of the words that he's going to be saying. So, Zimai, back to you.
Wow, thank you very much, Hulu. You know, it's really important, I must say, for people to monitor these trends. I'm hoping that people can hear me. I'm being told that my connection is losing. Am I back?
We can hear you, Simba.
Loud and clear.
So what I'm saying is that it is extremely important to check. Hulu, first of all, there was an accusation that Hopo made against Comfort Dondo today. And it's, you know, I want to quickly address that. He posted some WhatsApp messages.
Simba, are you checking your time? Are you checking your time with Comrade Gaza? It is
Yes,
8:30
yes,
now.
he hasn't come
Okay.
as yet. He hasn't come. Oh yeah, he hasn't come
No
as
problem.
it should.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, when it comes, then I'll switch. Yeah. So what I was saying was that Comfort Dondo was accused of calling Hopo Babavevana like father of my kids. Comfort Dondo has said that to me as well, by the way. And a lot of other women have said exactly the same thing to me. And I regard these children, including Comfort Dondo, as my kids in that sense. And I've never seen anything untoward against that. I have exchanged, and I make it official here, this is my own religion. We call women, we use the term I love you, even to people of the opposite sex. And that is not in any way sexual. And we even kiss women that are not part of that are just passing by. Even the book that I read, that I use as my spiritual motivation, the Bible, it has got even an instruction to kiss each other with a holy kiss. Now, we practice, and you know, some of us from where we come from here, we do that, we practice. I can't count how many women that I've kissed, not in a sexual way, but it is actually called a holy kiss. And so many times I've even been on video saying exactly the same thing to both females and males from time to time. I love you. And so can you please mute? If you're coming in, please mute. Do not come in and just start talking, right? So I want to say here quickly, what Hopewell is doing is to if those WhatsApp chats that he has posted are credible, if they are real, what he has done is to blow up something that doesn't say anything. There's so many kids that I have paid their school fees. They call me father. Their mothers will call me father of my kids. I'm talking about you, Hulu. But this is how we do. And maybe cultures are different. There's no story here. But quickly, I want to say here, Zimbabweans, the lady who is being accused by Hopo Chingono and is being caricatured online in these not even conversations, you can't even call them half conversations, you can't even call them WhatsApp chats, they're not even chats, they're not conversations, if they were in any way any form of communication. This lady is the only Zimbabwean that I know. I don't know if you know those who are on this space. If you know anyone who has flown someone to America at any time for reconstructive surgery, facial surgery. I don't. Maybe Variko. The country's first facial reconstruction surgery of a Zimbabwean was financed by Comfort Dondo from using her own money. I was there physically with her, and she was flying someone all the way from Africa right to America. And that lady, if you check her online on social media, her name is Primrose Ruocha. you can see how her face has all of a sudden transformed. All at the sponsorship of Comfort Dondo. Number one, folks, this is not small. I have noticed, I spotted Comfort Dondo over 8 or so years ago. And back then, folks, Comfort was not at the level that she is. With any small money that she gets, I've seen her using this, even Marika Shomaso, to help Zimbabweans. And folks, let me tell you something so that you know, especially you folks who are busy working with Hopo Chingono to accuse Chamisa of not doing it. Here is a young lady. This lady here that you are talking about today, some of you, who has done way, she has been there way before Geza ever came up, to try and push real democratic change in Zimbabwe without a bullet, without a soldier. I mean, I'm talking about real change. Some of you who know this, I've shared it before. I don't want to go into detail. But we're talking real change here without a political party, by the way, because she doesn't have any party position in Chamisa's party or any other party. But she was there physically at one time while I was doing the Gold Mafia documentary. She came onto a project that I was interviewing victims of violence and working on it, and that would have actually stopped Mnangagwa from elections. This young lady, you see, Hopo will never talk about this. She used her own money to fly all the way to Zambia in 2022 at short notice, simply for the love of the country and the love of freedom for women. That's what she does, but also for so many other people. She sat down with Tendai Biti's lawyer. I apologize, folks. Someone was trying to call. Please don't call me when I'm on a program, folks. Do not call. So she sat down with Tendai Biti's lawyer in Zambia late into the night, 8 p.m., discussing ways to use international law to stop Mnangagwa and do that in a legal way, not in a political way. This young lady, with her own money, she does, I don't know if she studied law, but she just had this interest in stopping human rights violations. There wouldn't have been any need for Geza to be harassed and to be going around like this, fearing for his life. If Tendai Biti had turned up, if Tendai Biti who short-circuited that project because he didn't turn up at his own lawyers, and that was in September 2022. I still have the videos. I even did a documentary about it. People can watch it. And that was also the time when I had participated in freeing the people of Zambia, physically freeing the people of Zambia. You folks want revolution. You folks are busy screaming, oh, Chamisa didn't go into the streets. Chamisa didn't do this and that and that and that and that and that and that. Is that the only way to stop Mnangagwa? There's so many ways. And where were you? Where were you when I did it for the Zambian people, 18 million people, without a demo, without a soldier? Where were you when Comfort Dondo was participating in helping to free you? And today you are busy listening to Hopo Chingono accusing this young lady who has been there for Zimbabweans using her own money. Her own money. So, you have a saviors around you. And I've been talking about it even in the previous space, Hulu, to the young people. We had some youngies from 22, 25, and I was telling them, look, you have more power than Chamisa, you have more power than Geza where you are. You don't need These other people, you can do it yourself. Comfort is one of those young ladies who believed in that. And folks, let me tell you, Comfort is not a weak person. I've lived with Comfort physically. I myself, for a very long time. And she has always been respectful of my boundaries. She's not the person that Hopewell is trying to caricature. It looks like Hopewell has a certain character. Oh, by the way, Geza hasn't started, so I'll just quickly roll down and maybe end. What Hopewell has been doing, he has continued to caricature people so that people look like monsters. Everyone else is a monster. The same way, and I want to give here a quick run shot so people understand. What Geza, by the way, Geza has also been accused by Hopewell. Geza himself, not long ago, just about 2-3 weeks ago. Am I wrong, Hulu? I think Lynn did a bit of a citation about it. So Hopewell sits there and he will try to caricature other people. So what he has done to Blessed Geza is what he has done to Nelson Chamisa. It's what he did to his own former employer, Jeff Nyarota. He deleted his own voice on his news production in 2009. Jeff Nyarota instructed me, I've got this instruction in writing, Simba, you've got to investigate Hopewell. How far are you? Because you need to finish this. The last time I did it, Hopewell used social media to bully me. Jeff Nyarota said that to me before he died. But folks, not just that. I haven't stopped. There's so many people here. Chamisa suffered this. Hopewell would get close to Chamisa and then appear as if he's helping Chamisa when he's actually destroying. Hopewell even got close to Mnangagwa and Constantino at one time, appearing as if he was helping them between 2018 and from 2017, 2018. But in actual fact, he was influencing the leaders of this country, the leaders of ZANU-PF, in a bad way. The Zimbabwean National Army, elements of the Zimbabwean National Army, particularly the Presidential Guard, were corrupted by Hopewell Chingono when he gave them ideas on how to destroy people. And he used his journalism badge. He has even published it. You can check it on his tweets, by the way. If you go on his tweets and you just type VP, it says, I told the VP, sorry, it says avoid tension. If you go onto Hopewell Chingono's page, Twitter page, and you type there, what is the phrase? What is the phrase, by the way? I lost it. The phrase is avoid tension, avoid tension. Now, you will find on that, you will see the tweet where he actually admitted Hulu when people were now accusing him. People were now accusing him of corrupting the army and selling addresses of safe houses to the army. And he then went further than that to actually admit that he actually gave an idea of how to destroy the civil society. And he would then say, look, because I'm a journalist, then I'll help to cover it up. He said it. So you will see it even on his tweets. Folks, I haven't stopped. I'll get to the last part here, which is important, which I really should have started at the beginning. There are people who were imprisoned in the United Kingdom for check and card frauds between 1996 and just last year, who are, and they are known Hopewell friends. And many of them have told us, Simba, one of them is a young lady. Hopewell cannot deny this. You can tag him. Just I won't mention the surname, Hulu. What did you do, Kuna Beverly, who you left in 2001 to be arrested? And she ended up staying in jail when you groomed Beverly Hopewell. She says it herself. You groomed her. And you used to send her and other young ladies into care homes to go and chuck and pluck out checks from service users' checkbooks. And then you would go and cash those checks. Hopewell. Your friends who are on the documentary, the Jennifer Banyure documentary, who are speaking, so many of them speaking, and their names are there even. Are you saying all those people were sent by ZANU-PF? That is what he continues to claim. But quickly, Hulu, these people have told us the reason why they want us to expose Hopewell. They say Hopewell is a bad influencer. He influences people. They say he has a way of dishonesty. This is what they're saying. This is what they're accusing him of. But I'm going to get down, Hulu, lastly. His headmaster, Hopewell's headmaster, Arison Chiware, ended up quitting education after Hopewell started harassing him, accusing him of corruption, when in actual fact it is Hopewell himself who had scammed Mr. Chiware when he did not and could not qualify to enter A-level at Marlborough High School because of low grades. And he falsely claimed that he plays basketball in 1988-89. And so he ended up getting into A-level through corrupt means, falsely representing himself as a basketball player when he couldn't even bounce the ball. Arison Chiware, the same man who had mercy on Hopewell so he could get into A-levels, suffered bullying and harassment. Even a demo by Hopewell. Imagine a 17-year-old boy who you rescued his career is now doing a demo on you and accusing you of corruption when he actually was corrupt himself. He's the one who lied to you.
Yeah.
And so Hulu, what we're dealing with here, when we're dealing, this is the main danger with Hopewell. That is, there's so much evidence. The last, oh, by the way, the very, very last one, the most latest is last year, Hulu, when he, on his Facebook page, if you go on his Facebook page, commanded people to conduct airport data security breach at Heathrow and at Gatwick Airport. At that time, a colleague of his had been deported at Heathrow Airport, had been caught in the act and deported back to Zimbabwe. And he mentioned the name of Al Jazeera's founder of the documentary Gold Mafia, which investigates airport smuggling. He said that people should avoid Simbachikanza when you are traveling across airports. Avoid him because Anzi Anegodo, he said he is what? He's full of hatred for other people. And he then says, when you're traveling, travel secretly. He said that if you go on the 29th of May, 2024, or you watch the documentary, you will see it. People were shocked that, are you actually coordinating crime here? And one of his followers and friends called Jennifer Banyure tried to steal a multi-million pound property from a man that she lived with for just a year in Derby and Northampton. And because I, Simbachi Ganza, moved in to expose before that happened, Justice Pittman at Derby County Court on the 20th of October last year has since ordered that she can no longer claim any money after she was exposed as an identity fraudster who changed her name in the same year that Hopo changed his name in 2001. So both of them changed their names in the same year, and they've been operating fake names to this day. And so she was trying to steal this property from an engineer who has got, this is his life savings, using a fake identity that she changed when Hopo changed his, and she was doing that under the encouragement of Hopo Chingono. So we need to understand who Hopo Chingono is here. He is someone who seems all over the place. He is so busy influencing people. Do this, do that. So and so is evil. And he's all over the place. But one thing that we need to understand about Hopo, just like Emerson is accused by Comrade Blessed Geza, Hopewell has too many roles that he's playing. Holu, when I look at you, I know your profession, I know what you do. When I look at Japheth, I think Jabe must be a teacher or something. Kurundai, I know he works somewhere in China, right? And I know his job. Tinoziva pauri, tinoziva address yako. Hopewell ndepapi chaipo ndeipi profession yaanoita. Because ukanenge achita journalism, uko ari kuita commentary, uko ari kuita zvekucoordinate airport smuggling, uku ari kuita zvekuita corrupt army, national army. Saka uku ari kuita zveudhadhi, zvekuguruma vakadzi achienda kuma inbox, and everything anozviita in one day. Saka what profession does he practice? You are a journalist. You are this. You are also a corrupter of the army. You are someone who is coordinating airport smuggling. You all over. What is really your profession? Your single profession? You know it.
He's a jack of all trades.
But you can't be magic. Uruita jack of all trades. Uchi coordinate a crime. Uchi coordinate airport smuggling. You see. And Unonziani also, that's another thing, Hulu. I'll end with that one. Unonziani, the man that Geza is accusing right now, Emerson Mnangagwa. The easiest diagnosis of who Emerson Mnangagwa is, Hulu, can I tell you what it is? It's on the name. Before you even talk about the Rhodesia Special Branch, why did Emerson change his name? Because he says it on video, I changed my name. My mother gave me the name Shlupeko. My father then gave me Dambudzo. Then I changed my own name to Emerson. Why? Why did you change your name? That should tell us. It's the same thing about Maxwell Chukumbutso. There's no one who is called Maxwell Chukumbutso. His real name is Sangulani Chukumbutso. And looking in the records, he's actually someone who is out on bail for armed robbery. So the easiest diagnosis you could make on a person, who they are and what they do, is just on their name. Someone's name could easily tell you everything. Like with Jennifer Banyure, who Hopewell assisted to try and hack Gatwick Airport database in August last year. If the answer is in the name, that is not her name. Her name is Linda Munjanja. Right. You see, so if you want, let me tell you from my background in insurance. And people don't know that is my background. I used to build accounting systems and run them for 3 companies at the same time. In my background, doing the kind of investigations, when you are doing the auditing, when you don't go far, you don't complicate things. Look at the smallest detail. Like a name, it's enough. Before you even look at a number, you just look at a name. Who is undiani aripan apinda mu building uyu ataura kuti profession yake ndi teacher or ndi journalist ndiani chaizo tizive etobvataza kuti basa rake ndiani nderipi. That should tell us. So it's the same thing that the comrades should have done in 76 when Emerson came from Zambia, crossed over to Mozambique. So first thing they should have asked you is, who is this young man? Why is he called Emerson? When in actual fact, his original date of birth, name on the birth certificate is Lupeko. That should have been enough to disqualify Emerson. And right now we are here, we are stuck here, where people have been, generals have died like flies, and tens of thousands have reportedly died in the country, one of the most resourced countries in Africa. has got citizens who are stranded. Kids are selling their bodies in foreign lands. Come on.
And Simba, thank you for that background. A lot of Zimbabweans will say, Simba, you're obsessed with Hopo. I've seen this, right? You're obsessed. You're jealous. You're being petty. But from what you just shared, what you're trying to do is you're trying to give Zimbabweans an opportunity to do a background check, a thorough background check for a man that has expressed to me, personally expressed to me, which I shall be sharing some of the evidence at a divine time, that he is interested in running for politics. He's interested in sitting in the highest throne. I think Salani has mentioned, I think Salani has even shared some screenshots where Hopo is actually kind of talking to her about, I'll make you first lady, right? So this is a man who is not hiding his aspirations to the people that he feels safe with. And I think for me, that is my fear. We end up having someone like Hopo with Hopo's traits sitting at that, because guys, sitting at that throne again. I've said before, I don't want another Idi Amin in my lifetime, and I think I've invested so much sweat, blood, tears in attempting the Zambia trip, for instance, right? And it's not just about me, and it's not personal. It's just looking at how the people of Zimbabwe, my people, the nation, the country herself, has suffered over the last 4 decades and some. And to see something brewing in form of a man who I know has no business being anywhere near power. Because any normal journalist would not be doing the 100 things that Simba says he's doing. But let me give the mic back to Mkomahulu so he can reset the space and allow others to contribute. Simba, thank you. Mkomahulu,
Right.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. And for those joining us again, thank you for joining Zima and joining me, Hulu at Pachiso Live, and Sister Comfort Dondo as we analyze the developments taking place in our country. We have been waiting for Comrade Blessed Geza to make a speech, and for those who are in the speakers, we are going to be giving you an opportunity now to make your submissions. It is important, fellow Zimbabweans, for you to think about Comrade Geza himself having delayed his statement today. This is the first day that he has delayed his statement. I'm not
maybe not first. It's not first. The last one was also delayed, Hulu.
Yeah, but delayed by this much of time.
I think it was delayed. I'm not seeing anything unusual, unless if you are Comfort.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just saying that.
It's only 25 minutes. Yeah.
We spoke about the possible infiltration into his group, and the people that are representing now in terms of what is it that he has to say. And information that we got that the idea is now to call for a nationwide stay away, and people being asked to stock on food, stock on soap, and all those other issues for a long stay away, which is going to cripple government. And what do you think? Because in 2017, actually, the accusation was that the president was surrounded by criminals. Can people now say perhaps Comrade Gaza himself is now surrounded by criminals and thieves? What is your take when it comes to that? So let me just go to the other speakers as well. Let me start with Jibet. Jibet, welcome to the space. How are you? Jibet, are you there? All right, Jibet cannot unmute and speak. So let me go to Evans. Evans, are you there? Musa? James? Okay, so the leader of the Zimbabwe economic movement, Divine Martha, welcome to the space. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Willie. Thank you, Brother Simba, and Comfort and everyone. In this difficult time of our country, we have to think as men who are protecting their family, their land, their wealth. What are you going to do when someone is plunderizing your land, your resources, bringing foreigners, insatiable appetite for greed? What are you going to do? Are you going to stand there as a man and listen to your mother's voice directing how you should take a path to this war? Because I believe Zimbabwe is at war. I mean, unless you think we are at peace, we have been at war to survive, to look for food, to send money there, to just think on how to participate in our economy, to develop it into an economic powerhouse that we believe we were built for. Yes, we had Mugabe. He trained us to be intellectuals, all of us, but most of our ideologies and potentials have been exported out of Zimbabwe. We need to bring it back there. And Gaza, as much as he's controversial, it brings the confusion that ZANU-PF needs to stop the interference of the 2030 vision that reduces our potential to maintain our system of election. We must continue to have elections, even though it's harder to win them, but at least we have that constitutional pillar to start moving around that. Then we might not even have elections if we let these guys do that. At least we will be saying, please give us elections. Now I know, but this gives us an opportunity to have to deal with Chiwenga. We will deal with him. We know he's the one who took away the promises they did, because they gave the power to the military when they were supposed to have worked with Trangirai and everyone. Now we know that everybody is angry. We understand that, but we have to look at what is our common goal. Is Zimbabwe suffering? Do we have healthcare systems? So that's why I stayed here before you today to say we have had these endless struggles and the betrayal of our nation's potential. And we are the people of strength. And yet every day we are tested, and every day by this system which has been designed to break us so that we will never be anything. But we are not broken. We are awake, and we are here, and we are ready to reclaim our future. And look around every day. This economy is in ruins. The inflation hasn't even just stopped, but it continues every day. As you look and read, what does that guy from America here? He's talking about 16,000%. Zimbabwe is this. It has eroded our dignity, and we are better. I'm a very proud person. You don't know that. This is why I say I want to be a president so I can make Zimbabwe proud. So Zimbabwe will be great. You continue to attach yourselves with nonsense and uselessness. And you know that. You know that you elect capable people to really make the right decisions for the country. Right now, Gaza has made the right decision to do whatever it takes to disturb this status quo and at least stop the 2030 vision. It must stop. And if Chamisa will be made vice president, that's what Chiwenga should do. And okay, let's put Chiwenga at what Trangirai was supposed to get. Get Chiwenga and put Chamisa tozipedza totanga toita zvatanga tichifana kuita totangira ipapo, if that's the case. So the idea of putting Chiwenga is controversial to me as well, but I realize it's an opportunity to just do whatever. We throw a kitchen sink, Makomana. Everything, blocks, you come for that, you file a paper. We have, and the next thing, we are in a revolution. We have to fight, and there must be blood, and it will bleed. If there is no blood, forget it. You are at war. And you must understand that, and be ready to fight. You know, Ukraine, 350,000 bodies died. That's what Varungu do. But you know what? In Africa, people are afraid to bleed because, you know, you've had too much religion. And you listen too much to your wives and your mothers. And a lot of women telling you, because, you know, you are men. You are supposed to be gladiators. You're supposed to fight for your land. You're supposed to fight for your women and your food. You fight. That's what men do. You bleed. You die for your land. And if you're not ready to die, you're not a man. You're not a Zimbabwean.
All
because
right.
Zimbabwe will fight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Divine Martha. So we will be, as we're waiting for Comrade Gaza to make a statement, it is interesting to see that the vice president has not at any given moment ever shown that he has been in communication with Comrade Gaza. And we also talking about the rank and file of the war veterans in terms of their knowledge of the activities of Comrade Gaza himself, who is supporting Comrade Gaza, and who are those individuals that might have infiltrated his movement. As we reported, a few minutes ago, and that now we have a delay in his presentation. Perhaps they're changing the words now. We had reported that through the infiltration of individuals such as Mr. Hopo's Comrade Gaza is likely going to be announcing that Zimbabweans must be stocking up on food, and there is going to be an indefinite stay away to cripple the government. So these are things that we are checking. There is now a very long delay in terms of his statement. We are not sure whether they are changing the statement being made.
I want to say from what I know, Hulu,
yes.
Gaza is aware that Hopewell is a snitch from Mnangagwa. He's aware. And if Gaza goes ahead to be misled by Hopewell, I think that would just be what I would call, it then would just be a test of character.
But I think
it would be. But I want to let you know that Gaza,
Hopewell as a snitch for President Mnangagwa might also be another stretch of it.
Another accusation. Okay, excuse me, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
Let me just say here. I apologize because I think I shoot certain words because I'm speaking. Sometimes I forget that I'm on a space that I will need to explain a few things. So Gaza knows that Hopo is not clean, and that Hopewell could potentially damage not just the credibility but also the quality of what is being done in this project. So he's aware of that. So yeah, what I just don't know is that is what is going on. I can't make, but I know that last time it was a network issue, an internet issue. And that usually happens, Hulu. Especially if you're in Zimbabwe.
So we go, let me check if, okay, Professor Naro, please go ahead. Professor Naro,
thank you very much.
Go ahead, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Prof, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Mine will be quick. I just have a few questions as we as Zimbabweans. Firstly, my position is I want a democratic country in the sense of what we mean by democratic. So no insurrections to remove presidents, everything being done democratically. But I understand the frustration with people and all that kind of stuff, right? Just quickly, President Divine Martha, America was actually involved in making sure that Ukrainians, they are led to their graves. They were coordinating everything from Munich, Germany. Information was released yesterday, but I think we are mainly occupied with what is going on in our country, that we tend not to know what is going on in the world. So the context of saying Ukrainians, for instance, they've got bows, they're fighting for their country. That is the worst and the most saddest thing. They died for American interest, nothing else. Should we be, as Zimbabweans, going down the same way? I think people, they illustrated and they demonstrated that they're not willing to be tossed around, to be moved around from place to place, right? Then quickly to the thing that I was actually here before. I'm very interested much to hear about Hopewell, because he's a very much interesting character, truly speaking. I've heard that he has been promising ladies that they're going to be the first ladies of the country, things like that, right? So my question to Comfort, Whilst I have got my own, I'm going to be objective with this, with you, Comfort, and I'll be very, very much clear. I truly hate what we heard about what was being done and all that, him trying to take out information about you and all that kind of stuff. But the question becomes, I think we've been hearing about Oppo and humanizing and all this kind of stuff for quite a while now. Did these things happen back then? Did they happen already from, like, did you start you guys having a relationship after already all the stories that you have heard about him and all that kind of stuff? What was the goal? I heard Salani earlier on, she was speaking straight that if you do not have contacts, Oppo is not going to date you. Was that the same with you, that you wanted also, platforms to, I don't know, like, I'm purely asking here from objectivity. Because truly speaking, when the two of you, everything was going on, when his 36 cameras were probably recording you guys dancing and stuff inside the house, everything was fine. But for now, we actually have to sit down and be looking at this person and be like, this person did you wrong. Because now we know what's going on. But at the same time, you're an adult, you consented to be there or whatsoever that you guys were having in your relationship. So just asking from the fairness of it. I mean, Hopo is a snake. We all know that, like, the things that he was doing with Slough, it has been years now. We've heard a lot, like, about Hopo. But about you, Comfort, such a person who always, I mean, you always give us that thing of, I mean, where you started from, it's a place of inspiration. Like what Simba was saying, taking people and using your own money to actually see change being done. That is very commendable. But also, when you were having the relationship, was it, I don't know, a relationship or...
I'm going to ask on that, as Comfort answers. Can I just bring caution that, Comfort, you do not respond to the WhatsApp, the so-called WhatsApp conversations, because they're not conversations. And until Hopewell comes up to publicly own what he claims are conversations, please don't respond on that. And if you're responding on something else, that's just my caution, because
absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Simba, for that. And thanks, Prof, for even the way in which you asked the question. So I'm not going to go into so much detail, but I will say this. I don't know if I should even call it a relationship. It was a young Zimbabwean woman who loves Zimbabwe so much that when the persona of Hopo that was presented to all of us, that he self-sacrificed, the narrative that he was arrested, for his love of the country, for speaking up against corruption, right? Like, these are all narratives that we were hearing. We wanted to join forces and support and collaborate, and this at least offer space to support him. I think Simba even was in that group as well, as with many, many other Zimbabweans. So it was a very long distance. I'm based in the States. At that time, I was based between States and Dubai. And I'll go home once in a while. A friendship developed, right? We're adults. I was single then, so that was fine. You get to try to get to know someone. It was not, like I said, it was not a fully fledged relationship. It was a friendship that was developing and a working relationship that later developed into trying to get to know each other. And the very instance that I tried to get to know Hopo, there was too many lies from one lie to the next. And so I just removed myself from that situation before I even got involved in that situation. What I bring here, I think, did Prof drop? Because he's the one who asked me a question. I don't see him anymore. If he dropped, then I think I will hold my submission, because he directly asked me. And maybe if he comes back, I will be happy to answer. You gentlemen can go ahead.
Yeah, right. It is important for people to note the fact that there is no benefit whatsoever in attacking Hopo as an individual. There is no benefit to me personally in hating him. He is a fellow Zimbabwean. But it is important for people to know that there was a time when Hopo himself was asking for my address. He's not the only person that has tried to do that. And I've always advised people that they need to do their homework first before they try something silly. You see, looking for my address and things like that. You know, all these things are threatening are people and even individuals that you may not even know. You know, it is something that is very discouraging, something that I think we shouldn't be doing as Zimbabweans, looking forward to a country that is robust, a country that is developing. Because you find somebody, criticizing the government and claiming that President Edi Mnangagwa is not giving the space, freedom of speech. But they themselves do not want that same freedom to be expressed by others. Several times when I spoke to Sister Comfort Dondo, myself, and to Simba, we invited Hopol to come to the space so he can be able to answer these questions. But he wants to go and report people so they get arrested. You can see on his post that he has said that today he's going to be submitting a report to the police in the United States so that Comfort Dono can get arrested. And I have said to the people who were in the space earlier, please go to Hoppo's timeline and just type the word sue, that is S-U-E. You will see that several times he's threatening to sue people. Now imagine if that kind of an individual has got power in Zimbabwe. Imagine if he has got power in Zimbabwe. There was one time when he even threatened to report me to a Zimbabwean court, you know, for merely going to check whether he had successfully put up a clinic in Harare. I just said, I'm going to go to check if that clinic is running. Then he comes up to say he wants to report me to the police. And perhaps he ended up doing some homework and realized that he may not be able to win against me. And then he probably decided, okay, I'm not going to follow through on that. But you cannot be criticizing the government of Zimbabwe for things that you do worse. So now he wants to report, Comfort Dondo in the United States. Now, can you imagine if the same person had power in Zimbabwe? What is he likely going to do? Many people are likely going to find themselves behind bars. And yet he's representing Flanga and claiming that he wants him to go out of jail. So these are some of the things that we need just to take note of. But as for, Comrade Gaza, it seems like he has not yet spoken. Zimai is checking on that. And it is a bit surprising that it has been gone so long without him making a statement. And like I reported earlier, that there are reports that there has been infiltration in Comrade Gaza's camp, and some of the things that are now happening as a result of influence from other people. Hopewell himself has been speaking. He is actually speaking right now. You know, he has taken a lot of interest in what is happening. And yet at the beginning, he said he's not interested, in Comrade Gaza. But all of a sudden now, he has taken the lead. And we hear reports that he has gotten some influence now into what is going on with Comrade Gaza. And as we reported, we see a delay in the submission of Comrade Gaza today. So we wonder what is going on. But Jagannat has also, joined us together with Leave More. Who wants to start? Leave More, you want to start? Go ahead. Leave More, you want to start? Okay, Jagannat, can you go on? All right. If your network is not balanced, guys, you need to sort it out. Let me see. KK, go ahead, and then we go to Yeshua. KK, are you there?
I can hear you, Nkoma. I wonder if they can hear you. Oh, I think Nkoma KK has just opened his mic. Go ahead, Nkoma KK.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, KK, go ahead.
Somebody else can speak.
All right, no problem. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, brother. I think the problem that is happening in Zimbabwe, why are we so divided on so many fronts? This is what started everything, and this is what is making us miss the picture. You see, what started the whole thing, problems are identifiable. And every Zimbabwean loving person should be asking, is this what is happening? Is it being investigated? We establish the facts so that we put an end to this. This is what this is all about. Some people now with their division, they make it about ZANU-PF and MDC, but this is about even people in ZANU-PF who don't want that. It's not about ZANU-PF, it's not about MDC, it's not about Mnangagwa. Let's stop talking about personalities. Let's stand guided by principle. What is it that makes you a Zimbabwean? If we establish that, we are not united by grievances only. Otherwise, we're not united. You can see this. So please, let's establish that. Let's fight what we want to protect as Zimbabweans before we speak about that which divides us. Otherwise, we'll not see what is happening, what really is at stake here. Our posterity, the future of our children. Because anyone who's supporting this or would rather talk about anything else without establishing the facts, is this what is going on? Is this being investigated? What is the government doing about it? Instead of saying Mnangagwa Chete, instead of saying Chamisa Chete, instead of saying Hulu Chete, instead of saying Simba Chkanza Chete, let's talk about national issues that are really affecting us. And thank you, brother Simba Chkanza, for that documentary, that investigation. Yes, well done for that. These are the things that we want to be talking about. Let's protect our country. That is not a crime. Demanding that we need answers is as simple as that.
Yes, sure. We agree with you in terms of we need to promote unity and all those things. How do you then manage to promote unity when somebody is promising to have a mass arrest of individuals who disagree with him? That is the problem. That is even the problem that other people have with other individuals who are in the opposition who claim to be better than ZANU-PF. Their refusal to speak openly with the people and answer questions. When people have questions, they rush to say that we are going to be reporting you so that you get arrested. They don't answer on the questions. Even when publicly being asked to do so, they are not interested in doing that. So, we see now as we wait for, Comrade Gaza to make the submission, it may probably not happen today. Why? Maybe it's connection issues, who knows? But, Comrade Gaza has not yet spoken now as we have been waiting for him to speak. It is a developing story, and we thought we could be able to have an analysis of his submission. But at the same time, it is important for people to take note of the fact that, there's so many other vulnerabilities that existed inherently in the group, which is led by, Comrade Gaza. Think about the organizational ability of the group when the group started, its organizational capacity, its financial muscle, its structures and things like that. When such things sometimes are not clearly spelled out, sometimes people find challenges, coming up. So, where we see now other individuals, talking more about what is going on with Comrade Gaza and having influence on some of the words that he has to use. So what is going on? I'm not really sure, Zima, in terms of are we really going to have his submission today? I don't know, because we can as well, start and then start only when he comes up to speak. What do you think? Zima?
Yes. Yes, I'm here, Uhuru. We do not.
I'm saying that this is a delay of almost 1 hour now. Is that normal?
I think it is normal, Hudu. Let me just check what is the messaging so far in case I've been sent something.
Okay, you can just check with us. Otherwise, we can only come back when he starts speaking, because it is already late, and if he's not going to be able to submit something to tell people something today, then why would we need to wait? But Divine Mafa, as we wait for Simba to check that, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Mkoma Divine, if you allow me, sorry, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Let me finish my thoughts, then I'll let you speak. Because I just realized that the professor was there. So, I think the higher level things I wanted to mention, Professor, you said someone like yourself, I know what that meant, right? I think I want to look at all Zimbabweans as someone like myself. How did we end up with 4 decades of this level of lack of leadership? How did we end up? I think we asked ourselves a question in 2017. How did we get here? How did we get a man to rule and abuse a whole country for 4 decades? How did we get here? I think we got there as a people because we refuse to sit in the discomfort of doing the hard work, of actually moving past popularism, of moving past daddyism, of moving past what I call like the charm that some of the people that pose in front of us as leaders, as good intended folks have. If I think about the late R.G. Mugabe, he had charm. I mean, when the men spoke, I remember the last time he spoke at the United Nations, every single person in the room stood up, especially the African, and they clapped. He could speak even in the evening of his life, right? Why do I really care to expose? I have my family now. I've moved on, and I've been getting a lot of feedback, right, from friends, from family, and this puts my current partner in a very, very bad position, because he holds a position in our community, and it does not look good. I've had to swallow that. I don't enjoy this part, but why am I doing it, and why do I keep pushing back? I could have been like a lot of the women who come in my DM, who say, Hopo dragged me, forced me to do something with him, non-consent, and that was no consent. And after that, he ghosted me. I have so many of those women, but I can't really share because I will break what we call the HIPAA law here from where I work. But why do I care? You may ask. It's not being petty. As Simbachi Kanza, he's met me in person. I don't think I would be desperate to say I'm bitter over what. And to correct the narrative, actually, I ran for my life. It was not the other way around. So that I think I made that clear. The reason why I care and why Zimbabweans should care about how we do our thorough character check for the people who have a possibility of even sitting at the helm of power in our country is because of the experiences we've had as Zimbabweans. If we don't allow ourselves to sit in the discomfort of asking these hard questions because someone is popular, because someone is award-winning, because someone has over 500,000 followers, and we say we're not going to ask questions, guess what? We're going to be right here at this same place another 40 years later. Why do I care? And I'll conclude. Because I noticed a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of chronic lying, abuse of women, even to the point of Hopo asking me to lie to his long-term partner, who's based in the UK there, who is also Tetevesha Mariangu. He wanted me to call his 10-year whatever plus girlfriend and tell her in her face that I do not know him. I can't do that. So when I see these little things, how you do everything is how you do everything. And this is the same man who then turns around and asks me to do some work for him to be engaging Northern America diaspora because he has political ambitions. I saw some of my sisters in the DM there, about Twitter, and they were asking me, they thought I just woke up and I just started writing. No, I have been gathering information. And I think I am doing Zimbabweans a favor, Simba. I'm trying to tell you, shine the light and see and know who Hopo is and know that Hopo has political aspirations. He's not just a journalist. There's a reason Hopo Chingono got close to Nelson Chamisa and infiltrated and tore apart. And there's a reason why even after President Gaza was very sabbatical, after Nelson Chamisa, right? After Advocate Nelson Chamisa went to the sabbatical, but active politics, Hopo is too obsessed about Nelson Chamisa. Why is he? Because Nelson Chamisa is a threat to his plans of running for office sometime in the near future. He knows Nelson Chamisa has the support of the masses on the ground, and that's why he obsesses about him. So if you are here and you're listening under the sound of my voice and you just think Hopo Chinono is an award-winning journalist, he's more than that. He is not a journalist. He is a daddy. He uses women. I've mentioned, I'm not going to mention names out of the respect my brother Hulu has reprimanded me from, so I'm not going to names here. But he targets and he infects. And he is not a virus. He takes over the host. He targeted Nelson Chamisa, close to him. We all saw that. And then he, in fact, targeted, I don't know how he targeted me, but for some reason, now I know why, right? And then, in fact, and if you don't do things his way, then he's going to caricature you and he's going to drag you in the mud. But as Simba said, it means Jango. If it does give you context. I'm not weak. So, and that's why I even think I'm okay to sacrifice that part, because it will be easier for me with the work that I do. It will be easier for me to just keep quiet and keep up appearances. But I can't do that because I cannot let Zimbabwean people down. You deserve to know who is Hopo Chinono. And God forbid, if he is to become one of our leaders in the near future, we're in trouble. And I think in ending, I'll say, before I give you the mic, Nkoma Divine, I hope that we can begin to have a culture of knowledge production as a people, do our background checks, more knowledge production, ask questions, and ask why some certain people are just thrown at us and they're overnight popular, why some people are able to stay as long as they can stay, but tower outwardly in Zimbabwe. Speaking, we also have to be able to have strong counterintelligence units that will allow us to do some intelligence with knowledge production so that we don't end up where we are trying to get out of right now. With that being said, I hope, Prof, I've answered your question. Nkoma Divine, please go ahead. And thanks for letting me speak.
Divine, are you there? Juggernaut?
Hello, Nkoma Hulu. Thank you very much. I think Nkoma Divine is having a problem.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Divine, you can perhaps speak after Juggernaut because he had a problem with his network earlier. And Sister comes again. Thank you for that submission. I think it was very important. And so Juggernaut, can you please go ahead, and then we have Divine Martha.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nkoma Hulu, for the opportunity. I hope I'm quite clear. The network today is acting up. I'm sure I'm not the only one affected. Even Comrade Gaza seems to be having the same issues. I'm not sure which way it is right now, but I'm sure we are all facing the same problem. Let me start by saying that what we should worry of as Zimbabweans, particularly I'll speak for myself and other guys who have remained behind in the country, despite being professionals in our own field. We have been in the country for a long time. We had opportunities to go out of the country, but due to reasons beyond our control, we decided to fight the battle from home. There are a lot of dynamics in terms of the political environment in Zimbabwe that prevent the kind of cooperation and cohesion and clarity in thought that people would want to see when it comes to tackling this issue of abuse by the guys who are currently, in power. This time it's a very important, juncture in the history of this country. We should be really conversations around, ideas on how we can move forward in having national cohesion. We should be having conversations about, what kind of Zimbabwe do we want more? What kind of a vision we want to have? What are the common denominators, that, mark or distinguish us? How is Zimbabwe able to work together to ensure that, we develop, and what is happening right now, will not be repeated? We are in an environment where we are gagged, our mouths are shut, the democratic space is linked, the social life, we can't talk of anything, social services are collapsed. The leaders are not listening to the people, but they are fighting against the very same people whom they sought votes years back. These are the common issues that we are facing now. It is manifesting itself in the form of lack. I could go on and on and on talking to you about the problems that people are facing in this country. But one thing for certain that I can identify and I can attest to is that the people of Zimbabwe really need a change. When I say the people of Zimbabwe, I'm talking of everyone, regardless of political affiliation, even those in ZANU-PF, the so-called ruling party. They also want to change. They are sick and tired of propping up a great West. They are sick and tired of applying lipstick to a pig and selling it to the people as a princess. Everyone is now fed up with this pig. And that is the elephant in the room. That is the issue that we need to address. Maybe people can consider ideas like the National Transition Authority, which was being discussed at the time. I know there are people who had reservations about it. People will be talking about how to strengthen institutions. Out ZANU-PF, in the event that we managed to successfully negotiate in courts, pun intended, with ZANU-PF to relieve power and allow the people to govern. If we are saying the people to govern, who are the people? Who is going to be where? Who is going to organize what? What plan do we have? What are our sentiments? Who are they going to be given to? And how do you wish to remove ZANU-PF from power if they are saying they are constitutional elected government? How do we do it in such a way that we preserve democracy and authority? Do we also want to be seen as those people who took power, using a coup? As you know, a coup begets a coup. We don't want a situation where we get power today, people govern, and then it becomes a sort of like a game, which continuously perpetuates itself in various forms and ways. Yeah. So the issues, wrapping up, I think we should be talking of a view for the way forward. These are the critical issues of reforming critical institutions, issues of transitional authority, issues of the kind of Zimbabwe we want, the kind of identity we want, and things that we can do to unify Zimbabwe. And the part that people in the diaspora can also play, to prop up the struggle in Zimbabwe, such kind of issues. That's what I'll be concerned about. And as for Europe, he's just someone that I've seen on the media. He talks to me like a guy who really loves attention. We some of us who've been in the 20s have worked with Comfort. I'm sure she will heard my voice, for a long time. I've been in the country, for a long time. Ever since, 1999, since the formation of the NDC, under its various leaders reform. We all had a part to play, but it would be very mischievous for me to come here and boast about my credentials, especially to poor people who have nothing to do with professional life. Rather, if I'm in a position of authority, or if I'm privileged enough to have critical information that I can share with people, I have to do it in such a way that make the people appreciate the information I'm giving them. So the development is a problem that needs to be looked into. But we can always ignore such characters, despite whatever he can put itself. The Zimbabwean struggle is defined by individuals. There are lots of intelligent people, capable people in the country who are quiet right now. But when their time comes, you will see that Zimbabwe is more complex than perceived. I would need the whole day, but that's me.
All right. All right, thank you very much, Jaganate. Let me go to Divine Martha. Divine Martha, go ahead.
Thank you again. I just wanted to address the logic for many people to expect the Zimbabwe National Army somehow to turn around and take over to help either Vice President Chiwenga and the Gaza faction to kutita Mnangagwa. Now, what we have to understand is that the idea is that they're still taking an action that everybody who is lazy and thinking kuti murume mwana omwe munhu azvita musoja akachiza profession iyo ndiye anofanira kubata futi iyoyo kana kuti anobvisa Mnangagwa who has been deemed to be unconstitutional, whichever way, right? So the idea is, if you don't trust Gaza, then do it yourself. You have a right to pick up the arm. It's in the Constitution. It says never to be oppressed again. So you have a right to then organize yourself and take this thing, because you have to. Because if you can't, Blessed Geza is just not an outsider. He's a man who's faced the fire of this regime, and he still stands. When they bombed his home, he didn't flinch. May 31st, he called us to rise against this evil, not with chaos, but with courage. Geza then calls Mnangagwa unconstitutional and ineffective. And do you believe he's right? Do you believe that Geza is right? So why? So in this case, yet the whisper 2030 continue to linger, and this economy crumbles. So when we say these Ukrainians, my brother, they are bleeding for their country, even though they are fighting with American guns. They are bleeding in their own land, right? And they are not afraid to die for their country, and they are even lessly oppressed than how we were been. 15 years ZANU-PF fought for this country with Zipra forces. 15 years, but we have been oppressed for 45 years of no electrification in the rural areas for 90%. Still don't have running tap water up to date. People have to leave their house to trina pants. If women have to make love, they have to have a bucket inside the house. This is, we have to develop. When we say we came here for America, we can change this country. But you are Makoma sorrow because you continue to not see the vision. The problem to have less courage, people, less courageous. You have no option but to fight for this country. I can't say it any further. You don't have elections, of course, they are great, Aripo, but right now we have an opportunity to facilitate this non-chaos issue to go on and guarantee that 2030 will not happen. And then guarantee that we can start moving the goalpost forward. Gaza, is he right or not? Is he fighting a gun war or not a gun war? But are we surviving for dignity, or we have lost all of it? We are battling for life itself in Zimbabwe, our children's future, our right to work and to thrive, for a government that has no honor for our sacred laws. And we built this nation. And Gaza is our hero today, and we stand here and we are wondering that as he gets in the road, urging Mnangagwa to face the truth. But we can't do it alone. We have failed. But I believe we must join this man and exploit his betrayal of his own party and use it for our advantage to change this regime, to make sure we are guaranteed of elections, to make sure that everything is done right and we have a fresh start. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Divine Martha. Nobody can replace ZANU-PF when they are worse than ZANU-PF. Nobody can criticize ZANU-PF when they are worse than ZANU-PF. It is important for people to understand the fact that some of the individuals that we have observed who claim to dislike ZANU-PF are themselves acting in a manner that is worse than the criticism that they give to ZANU-PF itself as a party. So it is very important that we must always be aware of these type of individuals among us, because we seek to build a country that is better. We seek to build a country that is united, independent in thought. So we cannot have individuals who believe that our people must be bought by money, that corruption must be worse. Running offices of our country, because they simply cannot do so. They are simply not better than ZANU-PF. So it is something that something that I always think about, something that I always observe. And I don't get tricked easily, because I know that the truth is that, if you seek to be better than ZANU-PF, then prove it to the people. You can't say that ZANU-PF does not respond when asked questions, when you yourself cannot respond when asked questions. You can't say ZANU-PF is throwing people in jails when you yourself are proposing that a number of people must be thrown in jail. So it is up to you, fellow Zimbabweans, to judge, of course, but it is very important for us to share this information. So, Zimai, I'm going to Bento now, and because Comrade Gaza has really delayed, I do not think that, maybe it is going to happen today. I might as well drop off, after Bento's submission. What do you think, Zimai?
You know what? I'm checking also. I'm not. Hey, let me just make some phone calls. Yeah, I'll come back shortly.
All right, cool. So, Comrade Bendo, welcome to the space. Go ahead.
Hi guys, Hulu, Comfort, and Zima. Look, people should stop this narrative. All Zimbabweans, every Zimbabweans, the people. We are not ubiquitous. We don't like the same things. Hulu, a lecturer, I'm sure that was why I was to some, which is quite correct. That's a misnomer to lump all of us in one set. I support ZANU-PF and I support President Emerson Mnangagwa unapologetically. So don't lump us. Let's speak. That's a misnomer. Those are not going on the tower. So I'm not gonna waste my time on him. I know what my likes, the fame plus Simba Chronicle, his checkered academic history. He was an E-grade student, but then you commercialize our education now in this world. We know his history, so I'm not gonna waste his time. But please, next time, guys, don't say Zimbabweans, don't say all Zimbabweans, everyone, not everyone. Thank you.
All right, Comrade Bendo, we hear you. Marisa, go ahead.
Yes.
How are you, Marisa?
I'm good, and you? How's it?
I'm all right, thank you. Speak to the people. Go ahead.
All right. It's also suppose he's part of the team. He's part of the thing. He's part of the central committee member, and now I want to paibira iye kumikoti kuma mines kwaibira achakwanisi kuba is no longer stealing in the mines there. He is no longer access to steal. He is now pointing fingers those who are stealing right now. So Geza cannot tell us what to do. Let him leave Mnangagwa to finish his term 28, then we speak from there. Better to push agenda yake Geza kuti iye aite mari muhomwe. Itsotsi ragara tori tsotsi. If you prove his history, Geza itsotsi. Itsotsi ragara tori mbavha. Kwadakuno kuita deans and dines kwaanoita. Akataura last marimwezuro. Akati he was in the streets. Wanoachidirwa matear gas. And he said he was in the streets. And people were waiting for him to address them. He didn't come up. SDA. Abuda mureyu, akabuda munyaya yake, akutaura SDA church. Isinene chekuita nepolitics. Iragara tori tsotsi munhu atotsvaga mari yekutosimuka. Kanene chikwereti, we know ana vakadzi vatatu. Agara tori tsotsi. Ngasiva Mnangagwa pese temu yake. Itsotsi Gezo. I thank you.
Marisa, I know God's attack you. Itsotsi. Well, Marisa, as we speak like this, it is important for people to note the fact that without a doubt, people have a right to question things. If people question things and what they are questioning is not right, you have a right to respond to them. You cannot say, "Oh, I'm going to send you to jail because you are asking me questions." So, I mean, we hear you, Marisa, in terms of Comrade Gaza's capacity to do all these things. And we have been reporting here that there are already reports that the group has now been infiltrated by certain individuals, and we're going to
switch to Comrade Gaza now. Yeah, shortly.
All right, there we go.
Yeah. So
all right, Zima is going to be switching over to Comrade Gaza. It seems like Comrade Gaza is going to be speaking, ladies and gentlemen. So perhaps this is the time that we have been waiting for. Let us hear through. Zima, is he ready?
Yes, we here we go. Apologies for the delay.
Evening, fellow Zimbabweans. My name is Blessed Geza, Comrade Bombshell. I come back to you today, as promised. Let me start by thanking you and congratulating you on the successful demonstrations and stay away we carried out on Monday. I want to thank you all for the support. Together we shall overcome. Today, I'm announcing a further step in our struggle to save Zimbabwe from Emerson and his looting mafia. We have taken our struggle to another level. We are impeaching President Emerson Mnangagwa. The die has been cast, and tomorrow we are setting this process in motion. We are impeaching Emerson on the grounds that he is no longer mentally fit to lead the country. We are constitutionalists, so we are using the Constitution to rescue the country. Section 97, subsection 1 and D of the Constitution of Zimbabwe provides for the removal of the president on the grounds of inability to perform functions of president because of lack of mental capacity to discharge the duties and functions of the office of the president. Mnangagwa is suffering from vascular dementia. We got copies of his medical results. His doctors have already told him. His family is aware, and the looting mafia is also aware. Unfortunately, some members of his family and the looting mafia, led by Kudakwati Tagurei, are taking advantage of his mental sickness. They are taking advantage of his memory loss and forgetfulness to make him sign documents they are using to loot the country. Because of this vascular dementia, Mnangagwa is no longer aware of what is going on around him. It is so serious that on Thursday last week, he even forgot who July Moyo was or what ministry he runs. He even argues with his aides on whether he is at home or in the office at work. That's how serious it is, comrades. The result is that vultures are circling around him. They are looting in his name. They are selling state-owned companies in his name. They are even hiring and firing government and state employees in his name. That's how bad it has become. Dubious characters you didn't elect are now exercising presidential powers. They follow him to his farm to give out tenders in his name. They take away your farms in his name. They even appoint and disappoint army generals on his behalf. It is a free for all for the criminals around him. This says to stop. We have also seen him. He doesn't even know that the Zimbabwe football national team is no suitable ground in Zimbabwe to use for home matches. He doesn't know all those things, yet he is the president. Every time he is publicly addressing you, the moment he moves out of script, he starts asking the chief secretary about people around him. He asks anyone around him about anything. This is the president that we have. Those that are around him are taking advantage of this situation. They are now using him to sign anything that they come up with. And they actually devised a way of looking through his weaknesses. The fact that he's not resigning because of his ill health, we are impeaching him so he goes to rest. This is his charge sheet. Here are the irrational and captured decisions that Mnangagwa has made, which warrant his impeachment. 1. Economic mismanagement and the fraudulent issuance of treasury bills. These were issued to Kudakwashe Regiment Tagwirei, the president's business partner and close associate. This criminal activity resulted in the local currency collapsing. The currency collapse wiped out approximately 4.5 billion US from the market. As a result, your savings between 2019 and 2024 were totally wiped out. 2. Looting of POSB. Attorney General Virginia Mabiza took advantage of Emerson's mental illness to draft letters in the president's name and sanction an illegal and fraudulent privatization of POSB Bank. We are now aware of this unfortunate criminal activity since it was widely covered in the media. As if this was not enough, Mnangagwa also sanctioned the looting of 1.9 billion of state funds through the illegal and fraudulent sale of shares in Kuimba mining house. The company is led by a private consortium fronted by Mnangagwa's looter-in-chief, Kudakwashe Tagwirei. They've been helped by Mutulu Nwule, George Guamatanga, and John Mangun. 3. Abusing the title and office of the president. Criminals are now taking advantage of Emerson's sliding mental state and coming up with dubious presidential branding projects. These projects have one objective: to loot state resources and create billions of American dollars in slush funds for their criminally enterprise and undermining of the Constitution and the people of Zimbabwe. Some of these schemes include presidential input scheme, presidential bore drilling scheme, presidential rural goat pass-on scheme, presidential bleed sticks grease scheme, presidential cotton scheme, presidential rural horticulture scheme, presidential community fisheries scheme, presidential rural poultry scheme, presidential grain protectant scheme, presidential fertilizer subsidy scheme, presidential housing scheme, presidential youth empowerment scheme, presidential HIPAA pass-on scheme, presidential solar scheme. The e-passport and border management system was marketed as a modernization effort to improve efficiency and security. However, the president and his criminals hijacked this initiative and turned it into another looting scheme. They are looting millions of US dollars per year from this scheme. This organized crime is financing their criminal enterprise, luxury lives, and their efforts to annihilate the constitution of Zimbabwe at the expense of its people. Again, Kudakwashe Tagwirei and Emerson Jr. are at the center of this looting scheme. 5, dangerous drug dealing. We also have the unfortunate reality that the president and his teams are dealing in dangerous drugs. Emerson has allowed the Ministry of Health to issue his criminals with permits to deal in dangerous drugs. Wicknell Chibayo and Hubert Angel are using these permits to sell dangerous drugs to our youth. Ambulances are being used to carry these dangerous drugs across cities. Our youth are being killed with these drugs, just for criminals linked to the president to make millions of dollars to support their lavish lifestyle. Surely, a president who is supposed to be a father cannot let this happen around him. No sane person can allow the destruction of his country's future in this way. That's why we are saying Mnangagwa must go. For Zimbabweans, these and more cases listed in this document warrant the impeachment of Emerson. The country cannot afford a mentally ill president. Muri Zimbabwe, tinoenderera mberi semazuva ese tichitsanangura norurimi rwokuhamai. Ndinotanga nekukutendai zvikuru nekunzwisisa kwamakaita musi weMonday. Makaratidza kubatana, right? Stay away. Crowd not shut down. Yakabudirira zvikuru. Tinokutendai muri Zimbabwe. Ngatirambe takabatana kusvikira Emerson nezvibwasikana zvake zvikananda tavakunda. Demonstrations akabudirira kwanga kuine police brutality, tichazvigadzirisa nguva dzinotevera. Kune mhuri dzinova demonstrators akabatwa. Tine urombo, but ndio hondo yacho. Tichaona kuti tichaita sei kuti tibatsirane. Pari zvino magweta ari kukumirirai, but tichabatsirana nezvimwe zvidiki zvandinokwanisa kubatsirana nazvo. Takafoma komiti inopota izokuonai muri ikoko but tine tarisiro yekuti nemazuva mashoma ari kuteera munenge mabuda muprison mamuri vemachechi tinokutendai zvikuru netsigiro yamunotipa vana Reverend Utaunashe, vana vamakandiwa, vana vamutendi navamwe vakawanda vanhu vemachechi vandisina kutaura. Tinokutendai, rambai makadaro, rambai muchinyamatsira nyika yedu vese nekuwana Joani Marange uko, rambai muchinyamatsira nyika yedu. Vana Mwazha, Munangagwa uyu aonesa mhuri yeZimbabwe ndondo ainde nokukasika. Zvataronga kuenderera mberi nehondo yedu, tatora hondo iyi takabatana nevana venyu vamakasarudza imwi kuti vanomirira zviro zvenyu. Kwatakuendesa uko hakuna mategasi, hakuna mapurisa, right? Uko bumbiro remutemo renge ichitorwa sebumbiro remutemo. Taiendesa hondo iyi kudare reparliament kuti Mnangagwa aitwe inonzi impeachment. Ndokuti vese impeachment munoiziva, zvikodzero zvokuti vachaendesera nyaya iyi kuparliament inyaya yekuti Emerson ava kurwara nechirwere chinonzi vascular dementia. Vascular dementia chirwere chakaipisisa zvikuru kana uchinge uri mutungamiriri wenyika. Chirwere chokuti dzimwe dzenguva unotokanganwa kuti mudzimai wako ndeupi kana kuti vana vako ndevapi. Pane vanga vari kuState House, right? It was sworn in Lieutenant General Sanyatwe. Akatokoshwa bhuru wake chaichaiwe padhuze anonzi Julai Moyo. Akabvunza kuti gara zviya uyu ndiani? Zvikanzi nevanhu Minister Julai Moyo. Zvikanzi Julai Moyo wokupi? Zvikanzi ndiminista wenyu. Zvikanzi minista wechi? Saka ndiye president watinaye aukanga maJulai Moyo. Bhuru wake chaichaiwe, you know, tsikatitsikewo. Saka muri kuona kuti matsotsi aya akamupoteredza vakutora advantage yekukakasika kwake kwaakuita panyaya dzemupfungwa. Vakutora advantage yekumushandisa kuita zvinhu zvouori, right? Nezvimwe zvinhu zvokuramba vachibira nyika, vachidzinga vashandi vasati vachada, kana kutochinja mageneral basa. Vakangofunga kuti general uyu hatimudi, varongomuchinja iye basa rake aongosaina chete. Saka Emerson ava munhu ari dangerous kunyika, right? Saka saizvozvo taitora nyaya iyi yagadzirwa nevana venyu kuparliament, tiri kuisa kuparliament. Hazvirevi kuti zvimwe zvese izvi tamisa vari pari zvino tati togotora nhoroondo iyi, right? Yanzi nevana venyu aiwa vakatsamwa zvikuru nokuda kubata wakaitwa mademonstrations vakati aiwa shortcut nyaya iyi ngatibatsiranei iuye kwedu uyu munhu afambe ainde nyika yedu yeenderere mberi. Ndatenda hangu mhuri yeZimbabwe. Thank you.
Do you need a more intelligent dating app?
Oh, here we are, viewers and listeners. If you can hear the sound of my voice over there, we have the words of Blessed Geza. We're going to try and repeat it because I think because of some challenges, people could not get it. So try quickly. We apologize that things were a bit unconventional today.
My name is Blessed Geza, Comrade Bombshell. I come back to you today as promised. Let me start by thanking you and congratulating you on the successful demonstrations and stay away we carried out on Monday. I want to thank you all for the support. Together we shall overcome. Today, I'm announcing a further step in our struggle to save Zimbabwe from Emerson and his looting mafia. We have taken our struggle to another level. We are impeaching President Emerson Mnangagwa. The die has been cast, and tomorrow we are setting this process in motion. We are impeaching Emerson on the grounds that he is no longer mentally fit to lead the country. We are constitutionalists, so we are using the Constitution to rescue the country. Section 97, subsection 1 and D of the Constitution of Zimbabwe provides for the removal of the president on the grounds of inability to perform functions of president because of lack of mental capacity to discharge the duties and functions of the office of the president. Mnangagwa is suffering from vascular dementia. We got copies of his medical results. His doctors have already told him. His family is aware, and the looting mafia is also aware. Unfortunately, some members of his family and the looting mafia, led by Kudakwati Tagurei, are taking advantage of his mental sickness. They are taking advantage of his memory loss and forgetfulness to make him sign documents they are using to loot the country. Because of this vascular dementia, Mnangagwa is no longer aware of what is going on around him. It is so serious that on Thursday last week, he even forgot who July Moyo was or what ministry he runs. He even argues with his aides on whether he is at home or in the office at work. That's how serious it is, comrades. The result is that vultures are circling around him. They are looting in his name. They are selling state-owned companies in his name. They are even hiring and firing government and state employees in his name. That's how bad it has become. Dubious characters you didn't elect are now exercising presidential powers. They follow him to his farm to give out tenders in his name. They take away your farms in his name. They even appoint and disappoint army generals on his behalf. it is a free for all for the criminals around him. This says to stop. We have also seen him. He doesn't even know that the Zimbabwe football national team is no suitable ground in Zimbabwe to use for home matches. He doesn't know all those things, yet he is the president. Every time he is publicly addressing you, the moment he moves out of script, he starts asking the chief secretary about people around him. He asks anyone around him about anything. This is the president that we have. Those that are around him are taking advantage of this situation. They are now using him to sign anything that they come up with. And they actually devised a way of looking through his weaknesses. The fact that he's not resigning because of his ill health, we are impeaching him so he goes to rest. This is his charge sheet. Here are the irrational and captured decisions that Mnangagwa has made, which warrant his impeachment. 1, economic mismanagement and the fraudulent issuance of treasury bills. These were issued to Kudakwashe Regiment Tagwirei, the president's business partner and close associate. This criminal activity resulted in the local currency collapsing. The currency collapse wiped out approximately 4.5 billion US from the market. As a result, your savings between 2019 and 2024 were totally wiped out. 2, looting of POSB. Attorney General Virginia Mabiza took advantage of Emerson's mental illness to draft letters in the president's name and sanctioned an illegal and fraudulent privatization of POSB Bank. We are now aware of this unfortunate criminal activity since it was widely covered in the media. As if this was not enough, also sanctioned the looting of 1.9 billion of state funds through the illegal and fraudulent sale of shares in Kuimba mining house. The company is led by a private consortium fronted by Mnangagwa's looter-in-chief, Kudakwashe Takwirei. They've been held by Mutulu Nmule, George Guamatanga, and John Mangun. 3, abusing the title and office of the president. Criminals are now taking advantage of Emerson's sliding mental state and coming up with dubious presidential branding projects. These projects have one objective: to loot state resources and create billions of American dollars in slush funds for their criminally enterprise and undermining of the Constitution and the people of Zimbabwe. Some of these schemes include presidential input scheme, presidential bore drilling scheme, presidential rural goat pass-on scheme, presidential bleed sticks grease scheme, presidential cotton scheme, presidential rural horticulture scheme, presidential community fisheries scheme, presidential rural poultry scheme, presidential grain protectant scheme, presidential fertilizer subsidy scheme, presidential housing scheme, presidential youth empowerment scheme, presidential HIPAA pass-on scheme, presidential solar scheme, the e-passport and border management system was marketed as a modernization effort to improve efficiency and security. However, the president and his criminals hijacked this initiative and turned it into another looting scheme. They are looting millions of US dollars per year from this scheme. This organized crime is financing their criminal enterprise, luxury lives, and their efforts to annihilate the Constitution of Zimbabwe at the expense of its people. Again, Kudakwashe Tagwirei and Emerson with permits to deal in dangerous drugs. Witness Chivayo and Hubert Angel are using these permits to sell dangerous drugs to our youth. Ambulances are being used to carry these dangerous drugs across cities. Our youth are being killed with these drugs, just for criminals linked to the president to make millions of dollars to support their lavish lifestyle. Surely, a president who is supposed to be a father cannot let this happen around him. No sane person can allow the destruction of his country's future in this way. That's why we are saying Mnangagwa must go. For Zimbabweans, these and more cases listed in this document warrant the impeachment of Emerson. The country cannot afford a mentally ill president. Muri Zimbabwe, tinoenderera mberi semazuva ese tichitsanangura norurimi rwokuhamai. Ndinotanga nekukutendai zvikuru nekunzwisisa kwamakaita musi weMonday. Makaratidza kubatana, right? Stay away. Crowd not shut down. Yakabudirira zvikuru. Tinokutendai muri Zimbabwe. Ngatirambe takabatana kusvikira Emerson nezvibwasikana zvake zvikananda tavakunda. Demonstrations akabudirira kwanga kuine police brutality, tichazvigadzirisa nguva dzinotevera. Kune mhuri dzinova mademonstrators akabatwa. Tine urombo, but ndio hondo yacho. Tichaona kuti tichaita sei kuti tibatsirane. Pari zvino magweta ari kukumirirai, but tichabatsirana nezvimwe zvidiki zvatinokwanisa kubatsirana nazvo. Takafoma komiti inopota izokuonai muri ikoko, but tine tarisiro yekuti nemazuva mashoma ari kuteera munenge mabuda muprison mamuri. Vemachechi tinokutendai zvikuru netsiko yamunotipa vana Reverend Utaunashe, vana vaMakandiwa, vana vaMutendi, navamwe vakawanda vanhu vemachechi vandisina kutaura. Tinokutendai, rambai makadaro, rambai muchinyamatsira nyika yedu. Vese nekuwana Joani Marange uko, rambai muchinamatira nyika yedu. Vana Mwazha, Munangagwa uyu aonesa mhuri yeZimbabwe ndondo ainde nokukasika. Zvataronga kuenderera mberi nehondo yedu, tatora hondo iyi takabatana nevana venyu vamakasarudza imwi kuti vanomirira zviro zvenyu. Kwatakuendesa uko hakuna mategasi, hakuna mapurisa, right? Uko bumbiro remutemo renge ichitorwa sebumbiro remutemo. Taiendesa hondo iyi kudare reparliament kuti Mnangagwa aitwe inonzi impeachment. Ndokuva kuti vese impeachment munoiziva, zvikodzero zvokuti zvachaendesera nyaya iyi kuparliament inyaya yekuti Emerson ava kurwara nechirwere chinonzi vascular dementia. Vascular dementia chirwere chakaipisisa zvikuru kana uchinge uri mutungamiriri wenyika. Chirwere chokuti dzimwe dzenguva unotokangamwa kuti mudzimai wako ndeupi kana kuti vana vako ndevapi. Pane vanga vari kuState House, right? It was sworn in Lieutenant General Sanyatwe. Akatokoshwa bhuru wake chaichaiwe padhuze anonzi Julai Moyo. Akabvunza kuti kana zviya uyu ndiani? Zvikanzi nevanhu ndiminista Julai Moyo. Zvikanzi Julai Moyo wokupi? Zvikanzi ndiminista wenyu. Zvikanzi minista wechi? Saka ndiye president watinaye aukanga Julai Moyo. Bhuru wake chaichaiwe, you know, tsikatitsikewo. Saka muri kuona kuti matsotsi aya akapoteredza vakutora advantage yekukakasika kwake kwaakuita panyaya dzemupfungwa. Vakutora advantage yekumushandisa kuita zvinhu zvouori, right? Nezvimwe zvinhu zvokuramba vachibira nyika, vachidzinya vashandi vasati vachada, kana kutochinja mageneral basa. Vakangofunga kuti general uyu hatimudi, varongomuchinja iye basa rake aongosaina chete. Saka Emerson ava munhu ari dangerous kunyika, right? Saka saizvozvo taitora nyaya iyi yagadzirwa nevana venyu kuparliament, tiri kuisa kuparliament. Hazvirevi kuti zvimwe zvese izvi tamisa, but pari zvino tati tobotora nhoroondo iyi, right? Yanzi nevana venyu aiwa vakatsamwa zvikuru ndokuda kubatwa wakaitwa mademonstrations, vakati aiwa shortcut nyaya iyi ngatibatsiranei iuye kwedu uyu munhu afambe ainde nyika yedu ienderere mberi. Ndatenda hangu mhuri yeZimbabwe. Thank you.
Now
Hello. Ask you to.
Oh, my apologies, folks. My apologies. Can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, here we are, Zimbabwe Nation around the world. My apologies here. I know that people could not hear me on the video feed. So what I was saying there is that impeachment is a legal process that has to be followed through right to the end. But if it is not followed through, at least if it is triggered, it gives rise to the legalities that have to be gone through for a president to be removed. Man, this summer Zimbabweans. In 2017, they actually did an impeachment. They launched an impeachment. They later on didn't go through the impeachment because Mugabe then ended up submitting his resignation. So quickly, I thought I could just make an explanation there as to what exactly this is, because or maybe some people are not aware of what of what this is. Quickly, of yours witnesses, I've seen someone Dawana Panapapa also someone has written and said, David achamboenda kuno audza Goliath kuti ndakumbonotsvaga dombo. Impeachment aiuraye David. Impeachment kuzadzikisa magwaro chete, kuzadzikisa mapepa chete. I hope people understand. I hope people will also try and remember what happened in 2017. Mr. Nyoni, what did you hear?
Yeah, I heard that the process is going to kick off tomorrow. So I don't know, in as far as the Zimbabwean constitution is concerned, I don't know what is going to be legally binding, or who is going to oppose the motion, or who is going to endorse it. So I still have to study the scenario of impeachment in Zimbabwe in the current constitution.
Inini manziso andoita impeachment yemuZimbabwe ka kungosikiza chete, but munhu munenge muine style yenyu yekumubvisa
kudaro.
Aiwa, hakusikiza vechidiki havasi kuzviona, kusikiza chete. Impeachment
kuvheyisa.
Yes, aiwa, kungoti zvingozadzikisa, zvinonzi vaya papa shoko raMwari kuzadzikisa magwaro.
Legally.
Yakaitwa naJesu kuna John the Baptist, akati izvizve.
Because you have to baptize me to fulfill the scriptures, or to fulfill kuti zviitiko zvizadziswe.
Inini ndini wachona ndini bhabhatidzo yacho, ndinofanira kutokubhabhatidza, but chingobhaisa hanzi naJesu chingobhaisa tione.
Let's look at it this way. In a case where the motion is going to be thrown into is it going to be thrown in parliament?
Well, that is the process. What I want to tell you is this. This is going to be the first test of my MP's eye. Can they see the future? Now, the first scenario that is most likely to happen, in the absence of everything else, is these MPs, because most or many of them, they owe their existence in parliament to Mnangagwa.
Yes.
So they are unlikely, because some motion and the opposition who came through Chabangu, and then others are also those who came into the process through ZANU-PF and through violence and rigging. So those people, they owe their existence to Mnangagwa. Yeah, so that is the first scenario, that impeachment is going to fail on that basis. But quickly, scenario number two, Weku ZANU-PF, they now realize, this is scenario number two, they now realize that no, it's not Mnangagwa who we owe our existence in parliament. It's actually the bullet. It's the people and it's the force. Now that we've seen that Mnangagwa is truly suffering from dementia, right? Isusu ngatichientiona izvinhu zvinoita kuti tikwanise kufidha mhuri dzedu, because anytime soon takaita anything else right now tichazonzi isusu vatengesi, because vana Geza ava havasi vana vadiki. Ndinoda kuti muzive maZimbabweans, especially vechidiki ava. Vechidiki, you might Geza and you listen to his voice and you think regaindi kudze vechidiki, Geza hasi mwana mudiki. Mukaona Mnangagwa abvisa army general, zivai kuti Geza haasi chanana. Ukaona munhu achibvisa army general because Geza aita live video, ziva kuti Geza ari palevel dzipi.
Okay, on another note, so let us ask all the avenues and questions we may ask. Is it really true that Mnangagwa, do we see any signs of dementia in what he's doing, yes or no?
Yes, I see them. I can definitely tell you here. There's a time when Mnangagwa was talking with Maxwell Chikumbutso. Go back to that video and you can see that the man has got dementia.
Yeah, and the other thing, I saw him, when you look at the two clips which they revealed about the train from Bulawayo to Harare and the national stadiums and the national team.
Yes.
I was talking to a gentleman, he was saying, no, Mnangagwa is very intelligent. Then he says that he wants to behave like he doesn't understand so that he can dodge the question about the stadiums in Zimbabwe. And then I said, no, man, Didn't you see the body language of Mnangagwa that he looked even akavunduka, so, and it's like he has to ask someone as if you are talking to a blind person, and then when he is answering, he asks a question, those are signs of dementia. So it's true. And personally, I've been looking at it. There is something wrong with this man. And it's unfortunate, and I don't celebrate it. Yeah.
Right. Pane mumwe mubvunzo rapo. Pane mumwe mubvunzo rapo. Pane mumwe mubvunzo here apo.
Okay, I can. So now I don't know if I can ask another question. Maybe we need a legal.
Go ahead,
somebody who is an expert in okay, in a case where he is to be impeached, is there a provision in the constitution that once the motion is passed, he is to be suspended, or he has to prove that he is fit, or the doctors have to prove that he is fit? Who is going to challenge the impeachment process on behalf of Mnangagwa? Is it the parliament or MPs who is going to challenge the notion?
It has to be. It has to be the parliament.
So now, in a case where these guys have been bribed as we hear, are we not going to see a situation where he's going to win?
Where Mnangagwa is going to win?
Yeah, where he's going to win the vote. But now I can't say even the vote. That's why I am saying I don't have knowledge in the sense that if the doctors submit successfully in parliament that Mnangagwa is not fit to hold the public office, whatever the MPs will do, I don't know, will it count?
Right. Chief, Imimi, Chief, you were part of the MDC alliance under Nelson Chamisa. Sorry, you're part of the MDCT under Morgan Changirai in 2017 when the coup happened, and then there was impeachment also around that time. Are you able to give us a comment around that? Can you relate?
Yeah, it's a different ball game altogether. Right now, I think in 2017, all the members of parliament and the opposition were in sync that Robert Mugabe needed to go. But that being said, I think with the work that Mr. Gaza has done in terms of reading the charge sheet, which is merely a repeat of what we all know as Zimbabweans, we as the opposition have been in the forefront of telling Zimbabweans that ED is not fit to be president of Zimbabwe, did not win the election in 2023. And Mr. Gaza also alluded to that at one time, even saying there was no election in Zimbabwe. And then he is also saying the same sentiments that Zimbabwean citizens, the opposition, has been saying that it's not sanctions that has brought Zimbabwe to its knees. It is corruption. It is the massive looting that we are seeing. And the poverty, the suffering, everything that we are seeing is not because of anyone, but it is because of the weaknesses within the president's or the president's office. So what he's saying is aligning with what every Zimbabwean is thinking right now. So I think for him to announce the way he has announced it today, he has a sleeve up his up. I'm sure they will work hard to get the votes that they want. I know people have been blaming the members of parliament that belong to President Chamisa or to the CCC that they've sold out. But I can tell you, Simba, because I speak to almost all of them, I can tell you that there are so many members of parliament that are in there that did not sell out, that will vote for that impeachment. And there are also people that are in ZANU-PF. From the discussions I have with members of parliament that I talk to, there are members of parliament that are in there that are in sync with what Comrade Gaza is saying. So in plain language, there are members of parliament in ZANU-PF that wants Chiwenga to take over. There are members of parliament that are in there that are not happy with the current state of affairs. That is a given. And if there are CC members of parliament that will vote for Emerson Mnangagwa to continue, I'm telling you, it will be only those that were appointed by Chabangu. So the numbers are there, and they can be there depending on the amount of work that Geza and his team put in from now going to the time that the impeachment is going to be done. And I also don't think this is their trump card. I think Geza and Kamban are trying to do everything that they can that is legal, that leaves Zimbabwe in a good picture. That's why he was calling for people to fill the streets. That meant a lot of things. And as you know, Simba, it's not about the people filling the streets. It's about what can be done behind the people filling the streets. And I'm also positive that it is also what is behind the people impeaching or trying to impeach Emerson Mnangagwa that is going to carry the day. I think this isn't just my thinking. I think Geza and these people have a lot of options that they can use right now, but they're just choosing to do the right way, if there is any right way, when you are moving a rogue president who also came in, into power through a coup. Maybe they're trying to avoid a situation where the removal of Emerson Mnangagwa will be labeled a coup. That's what I think.
Pane Anyoro, there's something that Tawanda is written here. Maybe you can read it, Mr. Nyoni, and tell us what you think about that. Have you seen it?
You said what? Simba, I didn't hear what you said. You cut off.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, comrade. He's saying you are forgetting one thing. Team imwechete iri kurwisana. So if the majority kana, okay, if the majority kana vakasamuda, Mnangagwa will lose. I don't think that team rake raimuda zvakabudirira zviri kuitika izvi. I don't get the gist of the statement.
I don't get what he said.
But
if I'm thinking what he's saying is, let me respond, and I'll not mince my words. I know there are a lot of people that are attacking me in person, and that are attacking people that are supporting Comrade Gaza, especially if you're a member of the opposition like myself. But I will tell everyone listening right now that I have no regrets. I'm supporting what I sincerely believe should be done right now. I'm not looking at who is going to take over or whatever. I'm looking at a situation where we as Zimbabweans stand aside when someone is talking about changing the constitution and installing himself as a life president, because that is where it is going. That is the opposite of not doing anything. That is what is exactly going to happen if we as Zimbabweans keep standing aside and saying we are supporting a faction of ZANU-PF. This is beyond ZANU-PF. This transcends ZANU-PF. This is about Zimbabwe. If we allow Emerson Mnangagwa to carry on and impose himself as a life president, what are we going to do? Who is going to stand up against Emmerson Mnangagwa? Are we ever, as Zimbabweans, going to be able to stand up against him when he has amended the constitution, when he has gotten a term extension? And I'm telling you, it's not going to be a term extension. It will be a life extension of Mnangagwa's presidency. This is what it means. And this is how I am looking at it. So all my critics, all the people that are criticizing me and other people that are in the opposition for supporting what is happening right now, this is what we have to face if Gaza and his comrades fail in whatever they are trying to do, in the demonstrations, in the impeachment, in completely removing Emmerson Mnangagwa from power. We have to face a strong Emmerson Mnangagwa, whom I don't know will be able, if they will be able to, if we will ever have anyone or us as citizens, without pointing a finger at anyone, we will be able to stop Emmerson Mnangagwa after he gets a confirmation from Parliament. So we cannot be talking about that ZANU-PF, Gaza, and the other people are the same team. Yes, they might be the same team, but
I don't know. We have lost him, Siba.
Okay, I think maybe it's his network. You know,
Okay,
I wanted
we're
to
talking about stopping our president.
A question.
Yes, shooter.
Now we hear and we commend. I personally commend and praise what Gaza has done. But the questions which I want to bring forward are: now, will it not be an issue of saying, is Gaza qualified to announce the impeachment of Emmerson Mnangagwa? Under what grounds? Is he an MP? Is he a minister? Or so what will qualify his impeachment to be taken seriously? Which is a good thing that he must be impeached. But is he qualified to announce that?
Yeah,
Is he
as a
qualified?
citizen, even yourself, you can do that.
Okay. So
yeah,
we are seeing
there's what is called class action. If you want to take it legally, there's what is called class action. A citizen is allowed to take class action against the government, against anyone.
Okay.
And I don't think it is him who should enact this, but obviously they have people, they have members of parliament that are in there that can push this through if they want, if they, you know, the fact that they've decided to do it that way, I believe that there are people that are prepared, that are brave enough to put the motion forward. And I know it will be supported by many.
But I think what is likely going to happen now is that Taguire possibly is going to pour money, Kunema MPs. That's one thing. So that they, you cannot deny that, because he now knows, they now know that the power Parliament. So Taguire could possibly, from the money that he has looted, you just pour the money so that he bends the decision making of the MPs. And Ipapo,
so in a case,
yes,
in a case, Taguire pouring money to the MPs and it. What are the implications of the MPs losing income, in the sense that is it possible that once Mnangagwa is impeached and the impeachment comes through, are we saying the term of Mnangagwa ends, or his vice president in ZANU-PF continues and ends Mnangagwa's term, meaning the MPs are guaranteed that they will be there in 2028? Isn't it the case?
Yeah, that will be the case according to the law, according to the Constitution of Zimbabwe. That will be what will happen. which
So
is what.
either way, 2028, impeachment or no impeachment for Mnangagwa, MPs are guaranteed an income until 2028.
Until 2028, but the only tricky part is Mnangagwa will be telling them that you are now going to stay 2 more years, plus we are giving you the money. So I'm getting where Simba is coming from. But I can tell you, many MPs, CCC MPs, would not sell out that blatantly. I know they've been accused of so many things. I know some of them went to Mnangagwa's farm, but I can tell you also that most of the members of parliament that went to Mnangagwa's farm are those that were appointed by Shaban Hussein for 3 or 4. There were less than 5 that that were on President Chamisa's ticket. The majority of the members of parliament did not go there. I know I'll take a lot of backlash by what I'm saying, but I am speaking from a point of knowledge and a point of speaking to some of those members of parliament.
Right.
So, in a case things work out well with the impeachment, another question is in a case where the impeachment is in motion, are we saying, is there a whole where Mnangagwa is going to be asked to prove that he is fit, or is there such a clause, or Mnangagwa will say, no, this man is not fit, so he can't defend himself as an individual?
If there are medical records, if Gaza does have the evidence that he's talking about, maybe all they will need is special people that will come and testify, doctors, mental health specialists that will just come and testify that if someone is being treated for this condition, then they cannot be trusted to make decisions for the country or for the government of Zimbabwe.
So Mnangagwa cannot contest that kind of evidence that you are not fit from his doctor. Can he contest it? No, I'm fit.
I mean, he's getting treatment for it. That's evidence enough. I don't think he can be able to contest that. How does he contest that? He'll be telling his doctor that you diagnosed me wrongly.
We are in for a fight.
Yeah, like we said before, that it was never meant to be a one-day event. It was meant to be the beginning of a unique kind of revolution. But that being said, I'll come up again and say, even him, Gaza, will be able to stand tall and still walk with a spring in his feet. Even myself, I'll still be able to walk proudly and telling myself that I tried to stop a rogue president from installing himself as a life president. What Gaza is doing is better than not doing anything at all. What the people of Zimbabwe are supporting right now is better than not trying to do anything at all. Right now, I think even him, Emerson Mnangagwa, is having a change of mind about 2030. We are now hearing that he wants now to get out to Kudata Gire to be vice president as soon as possible, which means he has already seen that the people are against his 2030 mantra. And that's one thing as Zimbabweans that we need to unite on, that we need to unite about, because it's not only going to affect ZANU-PF people, it's going to affect all of us if Mnangagwa does prevail and goes through to 2030. And I tell you, it will not just be 2030. It will be for life. It will be until he is completely incapacitated. just like what Internet did.
Personally, I commend and praise Comrade Gaza for what he has done. I am a very staunch critic of ZANU-PF, not because I am rebellious, but because of principle. So when I hear a man like Gaza apologizing to the people of Zimbabwe and saying, we, the comrades, the Zanla forces who fought for the independence of Zimbabwe, we are very sorry for what we are about to live. I take that apology seriously. And that remorse shows that he has a conscience. And for that, I salute him. And I want him to know that this period from the 31st, when we saw what happened in Harare 2 days ago, the people of Zimbabwe have been dejected. Everyone is dejected. And I should believe that even he himself, Gaza, is one of the most disappointed people with the turnout of things on Saturday, on Monday. But we are encouraged. We are not going to give up. Whatever has happened so far, I want to say thank you, Comrade Gaza, and have a blessed evening, because what you have done is good for the people of Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's very good. I totally agree with you. And what the people of Zimbabwe need to know is Gaza is never going to be like you and me. Gaza is never going to walk in the streets of Harare, in the streets of Bulawayo, as long as Emerson Mnangagwa is president. He will never walk freely in those streets. Everyone knows that. They can ask Jonathan Moyo, you know. So this is a sacrifice that he's making. Yes, he may be ZANU-PF, although he was fired from ZANU-PF. People could still continue to say he is ZANU-PF. Yeah, of course, by heart, he is ZANU-PF. But what he has done, what he's doing, the sacrifice that he is doing for whatever he is doing it for, because some people are saying he's doing it for himself. But I think this is beyond himself. It's also about the people of Zimbabwe. It might take long, it might have taken long for him to realize that what they were doing was wrong. But in personally, I stand with him on a matter of principle, that you can't see a wrong being done. You can't see someone trying to change, to bastardize the Constitution, and then you stand aside because you have certain reasons. I don't believe in that, and I would never regret what I'm doing right now, because I'm trying to stop someone who is trying to change the Constitution of our nation so that he can be life president, or he can install one of his sons or one of his relatives to become president and continue the looting that is going on, that is blatantly going on. Zimbabweans, we have to stop the loots. We have to stop the thieving. We have to stop the thief who is Mnangagwa and his fellows Ghanaians. And we have to stop anyone, and it means anyone, who tries to mess with the people's constitution. We voted for that constitution. I participated in the no yes vote for that constitution, even though it's not fully aligned with the laws of our nation. But I participated, and that constitution, bad as it is, it must be respected, and it cannot be torn apart just like that, simply because someone is now trying to benefit from its destruction. And then we stand aside as Zimbabweans. Tichiti tinozotangira ipapo. Papi patichatangira munhu aparadza constitution, apinda azvipa 30, azvipa another 10. No, we can't do that. We have to stand up. Kana inini maifungira kana ana Geza vakada kuzotikanganisira, vakada kuzotaura kuti chinhu chedu, tunotangira futi ipapo. Ndopatinotanga kutonetsana navo, togara topinda mustreet market tichitaura kuti no, this is not what we fought for. We'll do the same thing again. will remain in the streets. That's how we have to do it. But we can't sit back and allow Emerson Mnangagwa to change the constitution. That is wrong.
Assuming the impeachment goes through well and Mnangagwa is impeached successfully, what happens with takeover? Who takes over immediately?
What we are fighting for right now is for a transitional authority. That's what we have been fighting for. That's what we have.
My question is, are we going to see a situation where someone in ZANU-PF takes over, or we are seeing this transitional authority taking over? That's what I'm trying to ask.
That's what we are fighting. We are fighting for a transitional authority. And even Gaza himself, he talked about a transitional authority. However,
so are we not
its composition, I don't know about its composition, but there has to be a transitional authority that will pave way to free, fair, and credible elections.
So are we not going to have a situation where the vice president of the country will say, I am the rightful heir to this throne? Are we not going to have such a scenario?
What are you practically, what are you seeing that is practical, that will happen?
Yeah, because his term has not ended.
Yes.
So according to the constitution of Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF is ruling until 2025, meaning 2028.
2028.
Sorry. Yeah, meaning if something happens to the president right now, the vice president takes over. Is that not the case?
If that is the case, I mean, what were you thinking yourself would happen?
No,
what would
just
you want to see happening, which is practical?
I am hearing the opposition is saying we are fighting for a transitional authority. And then now it's one thing to fight for something, and it's another thing for the constitution to be adhered to, in the sense that Mnangagwa is incapacitated, then the vice president takes over. So is there a clause which will allow a transitional authority to be implemented under the current situation?
It is possible. It can be implemented. And I know for sure, I mean, I cannot say for sure, but I know there cannot be any transitional authority that will forget what happened in 2023, that will negate the result of the 2023 election. So if there's anything that will happen, it will take that into account, given that Gaza himself said there was no election in 2023.
Okay.
It's complex, but we are killing two birds with one stone here. Maybe we might end up killing one bird. I don't know. But we are trying to stop Mnangagwa from installing himself as vice president. And we are also trying to address the issues of the people, especially the issue of the 2023 election. That has to be part of any discussion.
I think this is a very good exit door for Mr. Mnangagwa, because one, he will get treatment without anyone bothering him. And two, the people of Zimbabwe are so civil enough to let a man who is suffering from dementia alone. So I should think Mr. Mnangagwa should just do the right thing and get treatment and leave everything to others.
Yes, I think because that's also what happened with Mugabe. He saw that the odds were against him, and eventually he resigned. Maybe they will force him to resign. We don't know.
Resign at gunpoint.
Whatever, but he needs to go. I mean, he needs to go. And to me, I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but that's what we are fighting for. That's the democracy we are fighting for. I should be allowed to think what I think. Simba should be allowed to say what he wants to say. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. That's exactly what we are fighting for. We cannot be enemies because we have different views over this issue.
Yeah, doubt your doubts, believe your beliefs. That's democracy.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
we are on the same book, but now I think we are headed for one of the most exciting times in the country of Zimbabwe. I'm very optimistic. I've been optimistic ever since I heard Comrade Gaza talking about this issue of 2030 Anenga Ashipo, because I could weigh in his spirit that he was genuine. You see, when you look at the ZANU-PF people like Chris Mchangwa and all these other jokers, you sense and you can detect that these people are joking. But when you heard and listening to Comrade Gaza, you knew that this man is serious.
He cannot be. That's what he's doing is treason. It's high treason. It's treasonous. You know. So you cannot just wake up, you know, in the morning, you know, for your own sake, for your own selfish aggrandizement, and say this is what I'm doing. I think it's beyond that. Looking at the consequences that Gaza will face if this thing fails, and it's not only to Gaza. It's everyone who is aligned together, including General Wacho. We all know who ED is. He will go after them the same way he went after those 19 generals. So this is serious. It has to be serious if people are prepared to put their lives, you know, in line like that. It gonna be serious.
Is Simba still in?
I'm still in here. I'm still in
Your
here.
silence is very
No,
long.
I just received something. You know, employees of the man who the ZANU-PF man who in 2018 assassinated Nelson Chamisa's character through a dodgy BBC interview, Conrad Manza, have hacked the company account to expose the man. So they are using the company phone number and the company social media portals to advertise. Conrad Manza is a ZANU-PF man who, you remember that BBC had talk yakamboda ku assassinate Chamisa's character.
Yes, I remember that.
Yes, that same guy we are I expose one my employees, okay. So they've exposed him for, and he never pays debts, doesn't pay employees, never honors contracts. They also accuse him of money laundering. They accuse him of fraud. They accuse him of dodgy business deals. So they've actually done it using the company accounts.
I'm done, Simba. Thank you very much. And I'm excited. For the first time in 48 hours, I'm not going to sleep with my shoes. Because I've been going to bed with my shoes.
Wow.
But I had this optimism that something will still develop regardless of the outcome. Whatever will happen tomorrow, we don't know, but we still have something to say. We are fighting on, we are soldiering on. Because the people of Zimbabwe were disappointed. What happened on Monday was a disappointment.
Yeah. You know, it's you know,
let's meet tomorrow, Simba.
I'm just publishing this. Our viewers and listeners, here is the matter that we are at Dopata Shika Apapa. I don't know, Chief Jose Mangamine, something to say at the end, towards the end as we end.
No, not much, Simba. You know, except to tell people to just tell Zimbabweans that let's keep united. Let's keep supporting what is there for us to support right now. Anything that stops Emerson Mnangagwa from installing himself as a life president, let's gather around it and then we see we see what happens. But what I know, Simba, is there is nothing that is going to happen in Zimbabwe. Whatever happens after the impeachment, if it becomes successful, or if they are going to find another way, Geza and Kamban, that will not take into account what happened in 2023. And I know even Geza himself and his people cannot afford to make the same mistake that ED made. They know whom the people want in this country. They know that President Chamisa is the darling of the people. And if there is going to be anything, any solution that will bring real change to Zimbabwe, it must include him. And they can't ignore that. They can't ignore the will of the people in 2023. Thank you, Simba.
Well, here we are, Vice Ministers. We're going to be shutting. Mr. Nyoni, thank you very much. We will quickly replay and we'll end our broadcast. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Simba.
Cheers, thank you.
Constitution won't forget you. Zimbabwe won't let you. But State House panopisa, drum yotingira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wabadacha pastor. Wabadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. How do you this one? Move yourself, no need to prove. Can the Constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira? When the Constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. You finish yourself. Sanyatwe ku sports. Sanyatwe to sports. What? Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Now the Constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba zvenhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanyatwe achiri mukati uniform in hema. Cosport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadya power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo waku tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament yakanyara bati vanyoboziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe ku sports. Constitution ya karoa slap. Now your cherry kutini. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira State House panopisa drum yotinira goma zorira wazuraya wabadacha pastor wabadacha pastor questa soldier passports oh. What you be that way, how do you be so? Move yourself, no need to prove. Can the Constitution ya choke ngoma chinorira? When the Constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya, you finish yourself. Sanyatwe ku sports. Sanyatwe ku sports. What? Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now you're cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amamnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commandando kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the Constitution singing its song. Section 2 to the sex uri kufamba hema. Section 20 wecha usikuterera. Sanyatwe achiri mukati uniform in hema. Co-sports ministry and your drama remba. Ukaja power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo wapu tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyara batira nyongo ziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution your diva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe ku sports. Constitution ya karoa slap. Now you're cherry kutini. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira democracy ichipenya. Unobuda nerudo kana fosa. Ko parliament ya piwa. Hapana. Ko ame ya kabisa handover ya kashaya. Anda kumiteta. Questa game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Wazuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. What you be that way, how do you be so? What you be that way? Unawala how do you be that? Kana Constitution ya toka ngoma zinorira. Kana Constitution ya toka ngoma zinorira. Wazuraya, sanyatwe ku sports. Constitution ya karoa slapa. Na yo cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, hauna handover. Ami haivine pepa ye muno. Rula rula kuda kulaya. Rula bebe rula rubaya. parliament yakanyarara but uva nuvoziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution, your diva. Wavadacha pastov, wavadacha pastov. Quisa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastov, wavadacha pastov. Quisa soldier passports. Wazuraya, sanyatwe ku sports. Constitution yakaro waslapa. Now your cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, distantiri kuya. Takagatirira democracy chipenya. Unobuda nerudo takano. Ko parliament japiwa. Ko army ya kabisa handova ya kashaya. Commander ku minister. Sakapera game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Zim. Ai. Geza. Geza. Zim. Ai. But our constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasito Zimbabwe won't let you. But state house but no peace. Drum your tinira. Goma zorira. Wajuraya. Wababadacha pastov. Wababadacha pastov. Quisa soldier but you're in sports. Maguma trazo swigwa. Kumapumba to swiga. Shvayendwa, shvayendwa, shvayendwa. You're now being exported out of state house. You're now being exported out of state house. You're now being exported out of state house. Wazuraya, sanyatu ku sports. Constitution yakaro waslapa. Na yo cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, distantiri kuya. Takagazirira democracy chipena. Umubuda nerudo kana. Unawala hatukupita. Kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira. Kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira. Wazuraya, sanyatwe ku sports. Constitution yakaro waslapa. Na yo cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, hauna handover. Ami hype nepe payemuno. Rula dula kuda. Mnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora command ndo kumutora strong. Handover hana kuitika is long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 21C suri kufamba jenyema. Section 2 yet house kutera. Sanyatwe achiri nukati uniform inyema. Ko sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukaja power yese unokuma wega. Kana mutemo waputswa goma yotanga. Ona parliament yakanyarara but uva nuvoziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution, your diva. Wavadacha pastov, wavadacha pastov. Quisa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastov, wavadacha pastov. Quisa soldier passports. Wazuraya, sanyatwe ku sports. Constitution yakaro waslapa. Now your cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, distantiri kuya. Takagatirira democracy chipenya. Unobuda nerudo takano. Zimbabwe won't let you. A state house but no peace. Drum your tinira. Goma zorira. Wajura. Wababadacha pasto. Wababadacha pasto. Questa soldier batcha in spots. Maguma trasos fiqua. Guma pumpetos fica. Shvayendwa, shvayendwa, shvayendwa. You're now being exported out of state house. You're now being exported out of state house. You're now being exported out of state house. Yeah, wazuraya, sanyatu ku sports, constitution ya karo wasapa, na yocheri kutingira, wazuraya, distanti kuya, takagazirira democracy chipena, umukuda nerudokana, unawala hatukupita kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira wazuraya fanya top sports constitution ya karo wasapa na yocheri kutinira wazuraya hauna handover ami hype nepe payemuno rula rula kuda kulaya rula bebe rula rubaya rula bloya kuda kupaya Mnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong kutora command ndo kumutora strong handover haina kuitika is long now the constitution singing its song section 21C suri kufamba jenyema section 2 yet house kutera sanya tu achiri mukati uniform nyema ko sport ministry and your drama remba ukaja power yes unokuma wega kana mutemo waputswa koma yotanga ona parliament yakanyarara but vanhu ziva TikTok street talk revolution yotiva wavadacha pasto wavadacha pasto kuisa soldier passports wavadacha pasto wavadacha pasto kuisa soldier passports wazuraya sanyatwe ku sports constitution ya karo waslapa now your cherry kutinira wazuraya distantiri kuya takagazirira democracy chipenya unobuda nerudo takano ko parliament japiwa ko army ya kabisa handover ya kashaya komanda ku minister sakapera game over pakaipa Geza Geza Zim ai Geza Geza Zim ai But our constitution won't forget you. Sanyatu Hasito Zimbabwe won't let you. A state house but no peace. Drum your tinira. Goma zorira. Wajuraya. Wababadacha pasto. Wababadacha pasto. Quista soldier batcha in spots. Maguma trasos fiqua. Guma pumpetos fica. Shvayendwa, shvayendwa, shvayendwa. You're now being exported out of state house. You're now being exported out of state house. You're now being exported out of state house. Yeah, wazuraya, sanyatu ku sports, constitution ya karo waslapa, na yocheri kutingira, wazuraya, distanti kuya, takagazirira democracy Kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira. Kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira. Wazuraya, sanya tweku sports, constitution yakaro wasapa, na yocheri kutinira. Wazuraya, hauna handover, ami hype nepe bayemuno, rula rula kuda kulaya, rula bebe nunga dubaya, rula bloya kuda kubaya.
Mnanga iwe wakaenda wrong, kutora command ndo kumutora strong, handover haina kuitika is long. Now the constitution singing its song, section 21C suri kufamba jenyema, section 2 yet house kutera, sanya tu achiri mukati uniform nyema, cause sport ministry and your drama remba, ukaja power yes unokuma wega, kana mutemo waputswa koma yotanga, ona parliament yakanyarara but uvanuvoziva, TikTok street talk revolution your diva, wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor, kuisa soldier passports, wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor, kuisa soldier passports. Wazuraya, sanya tweku sports, constitution yakaro waslapa, now your cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, distantiri kuya, takagatirira democracy jipenya, unobuda nerudo takano. Ko parliament japiwa, ko army yakabisa, handover yakashaya, commander ku minister, sakapera game over, pakaipa. Geza, Geza, zim, ai. Geza, Geza, zim, ai. But our constitution won't forget you. Sanyatu Hasito Zimbabwe won't let you. But State House but no peace. Drum your tinira. Gomanzolira. Uajuraya. Wababadacha pastor. Wababadacha pastor. Quista soldier but you're in sports. Maguma trasos fiqua. Kumapumba tosfiga. Jvayendwa, Jvayendwa, Jvayendwa. You're now being exported out of State House. You're now being exported out of State House. You're now being exported out of State House. Wazuraya, sanya tweku sports, constitution yakaro waslapa, na yo cherry kutinira. Wazuraya, distantiri kuya, takagazirira democracy jipenya, unobuda nerudo kana.
Unawala haujibubisa. Kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira. Kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira. Wazuraya, sanya tweku sports, constitution yakaro waslapa, na yocheri kutinira. Wazuraya, hauna handover, ami hype nepe bayemuno, rula rula kuda kulaya, rula bebe nunga dubaya, rula bloya kuda kubaya.
waputswa goma yotanga ona parliament yakanyarara but vanhu voziva TikTok street talk revolution yotiva wavadacha pastov wavadacha pastov kuisa sonja passports wavadacha pastov wavadacha pastov kuisa sonja passports wazuraya sanyatwe ku sports constitution yakarwa slapa now your cherry kutinira wazuraya distantiri kuya takagatirira democracy chipenya unobuda nerudo takano ko parliament japiwa ko army ya kabisa handova yakashaya komanda ku minister sakapera game over pakaipa Geza Geza Zim ai Geza Geza Zim ai But our constitution won't forget you Sanyatwe hasito Zimbabwe won't let you Pa state house pa no pisa Drum yotinira Gomazorira Wajuraya Wababadacha pastov Wababadacha pastov Kuisa soldier bache in sports Maguma trasosfikwa Kumapumba tosfika Jvayendwa, jvayendwa, jvayendwa You're now being exported out of state house You're now being exported out of state house You're now being exported out of state house Wazuraya, sanyatu ku sports, constitution yakarowa slapa na yo cherry kutinira Wazuraya, distantiri kuya takagadzirira democracy chipenya mukubuda nerudo kana
Unawala hatukupisa Kana constitution yatoka ngoma tinorira Kana constitution yatoka ngoma tinorira Wazuraya sanyatwe ku sports constitution yakarowa slapa na yo cherry kutinira Wazuraya hauna handover ami hyphen nepe pa imuno rula rula kuda kulaya rula bebe rula rubaya rula bloya kuda kupaya
Mnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong kutora komanda ndo kumutora strong handover haina kuitika is long now the constitution singing its song section 221c suri kufamba zvenyema section 2 yet house kutera sanyatwe achiri mukati uniform inyema ko sport ministry and your drama remba ukaja power yese unokuma wega kana mutemo waputswa goma yotanga ona parliament yakanyarara but vanhu voziva TikTok street talk revolution yotiva wavadacha pastov wavadacha pastov kuisa soldier passports wavadacha pastov wavadacha pastov kuisa soldier passports Wazuraya sanyatwe ku sports constitution yakarowa slapa now your cherry kutinira Wazuraya distantiri kuya takagadzirira democracy chipenya You're now being exported out of State House. You're now being exported out of State House. You're now being exported out of State House. Wazuraya, sanyatu ku sports, constitution yakaro waslapa, na yocheri kutengira. Wazuraya, distantiri kuya, takagazirira democracy chipena, mungukuda merodokana.
Unawala hatukupita kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira Wazuraya sanya treble sports constitution yakaro waslapa na yocheri kutinira Wazuraya hauna handover ami hype nepe payemuno rula rula kuda kulaya rula beberu ndarubaya rula bloya kuda kupaya
Mnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong, kutora command ndo kumutora strong, handover haina kuitika is long. Now the constitution singing its song, section 21C suri kufamba jenyema, section 2 yet house kutera sanya tu achiri mukati uniform nyema, ko sport ministry and your drama remba ukaja power yese unokuma wega kana mutemo waputswa goma yotanga ona parliament yakanyarara but uva nuvoziva TikTok street talk revolution your diva wavadacha pastor kuisa sonja passports wavadacha pastor kuisa sonja passports Wazuraya sanya treku sports constitution yakaro waslapa na yocheri kutinira Wazuraya distantiri kuya takagazirira democracy chipenya unobuda nerudo takano ko parliament japiwa ko army yakabisa handover yakashaya komanda ku minister sakapera game over pakaipa Geza zim ai Geza zim but our constitution won't forget you. Sanyatu hasitoi Zimbabwe won't let you. But State House but no peace. Drum yotinira. Gomazorira. Wajuraya. Wababadacha pastor. Kuisa soldier but you in sports. Maguma chazosfikwa. Kumapumbetosfika. Jvayendwa. You're now being exported out of State House. You're now being exported out of State House. You're now being exported out of State House. Wazuraya sanyatu ku sports constitution yakaro waslapa na yocheri kutinira Wazuraya distantiri kuya takagazirira democracy chipena mungukuda nerodokana
unawala hatukupita kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira kana constitution yatoka ngoma zinorira Wazuraya kuda kutaya. Rule of law ya kuda kupaya.
Mnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora command ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika is long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 221C suri kufamba jenyema. Section 2 yet house kutera. Sanya twe achiri mukati uniform nyema. Ko sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukaja power yes unokuma wega. Kana mutemo waputswa goma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyarara but uva nouveau ziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution, your diva. Wavadacha pastor, wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passports.
Wajibisa wega, haudi kubizwa.
Gonna move yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya,
you finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kuspotsu.
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya, hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kuda kubaya. Amangangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commander ndo kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba hema. Section 28 house kuterera. Sanya twe achiri mukati uniform in hema. Co sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukaja power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo wapu ngoma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyara bati vanyo ziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution your diva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passports. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution ya karoa slap. Now your cherry kutini. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Nataka tirira democracy ichipenya. Unovuda nerudo kana fosa. Ko parliament ya piwa. Hapana. Ko ame ya kabisa Handover ya kashaya. Anda kumiteta. Quisa, game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Zim ai. Geza. Geza. Zim ai. Wazuraya, constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Quisa soldier passports. Oh. Wajibisa wega, haudi kubizwa.
Gonna move yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya,
you finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kuspotsu. to the sex to the kufamba hema session 28 usikuterera sanya tuachiri mukati uniform in hema sport ministry and your drama remba ukaja power yese unoguma wega kana mutemo wapu tongoma yotanga ona parliament yakanyara bati banyoboziba TikTok street talk revolution yotiva wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor questa soldier passport wavadacha pastor questa soldier passport wajuraya sanyatwe kusport constitution yakarowa slap now your cherry kutini wajuraya this time tikuya takatirira democracy ichipenya unobude nerudo kana force ko parliament yapiwa hapana ko amea kabisa handova yakashaya yamanda kumiteta game over bakaiba Geza zim I Geza zim I wazuraya constitution won't forget you sanyatwe hasitoi Zimbabwe won't let you pa state house panopisa drum yotinyira goma dzorira wazuraya wavadacha pastor questa soldier passport wachipisa haudi kubizwa
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
kana constitution yachoka ngoma chinorira when the constitution breaks the drums begin to sound wazuraya
You finish yourself.
sanyatwe kusports
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
constitution yakarowa slapa now your cherry kutinhira wazuraya hauna ndova ami haivine pepa yemunoha rule of law yakuda kubaya amangangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong kutora commandando kumutora strong handova inakuitika it's long now the constitution singing its song section 2 to the sex uri kufamba hema section 28 usikuterera sanyatwe achiri mukati
Wachipisa weka. Haudi kupiswa. Kana constitution yachoka. Goma zinorira.
when the constitution breaks command ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika, it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unoguma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngoma yotanga. Una parliament ya kanyarara but vanu voziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wava dacha pastove. Wava dacha pastove. Quizza soldier passports. Wava dacha pastove. Wava dacha pastove. Quizza soldier passports. Wajuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira, ngoma zorira. Wajuraya, wavadata pasto. With a soldier passport. Wasipisa weka, hauti kupiswa. Kana constitution ya choka, goma tinorira. When the constitution breaks.
You finished yourself.
Sanyatwe kusports uha. Constitution ya karoa slapa. Nayo cheri ukutinira. Wajura ya ha. Hauna handover ha. Army haipine paper ya muno ha. Rule of law ya kuda kubayaya. Minanga kwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora command ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika, it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unoguma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngoma yotanga. Una parliament ya kanyarara but vanu voziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wava dacha pastove. Wava dacha pastove. Quizza soldier passports. Wava dacha pastove. Wava dacha pastove. Quizza soldier passports. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wava data pasto. Questa soldier passport.
ndo kumutora strong handover haina kuitika it's long now the constitution singing its song section 216 uri kufamba jenhema section 208 house kutera sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema go sport ministry and your drama remba ukaja power yese unoguna wega kana mtemo wa kutwa ngoma yotanga ona parliament yakanyarara batvan voziva TikTok street talk revolution yotiva wavadacha pastove wavadacha pastove kuisa soldier passports wavadacha pastove wavadacha pastove kuisa soldier passports Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. kutora komanda ndo kumutora strong, handover haina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song, section 216 uri kufamba jenhema, section 208 hausi kutera, sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema, go sport ministry andio drama remba, ukaja power yese unokuma wega, kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome utanga, ona parliament ya kanyarara batbanu voziva, TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva, wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports. Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Quizza soldier passport. Wasipisa weka, hauti kupiswa. Kana constitution ya joka, goma tinorira. When the constitution breaks.
You finished yourself.
Sanyatwe kusports uha. Constitution ya karowa slapa. Nayo cheri ukutinira. Washura yaha. Hauna handover ha. Army haipine paper ya muno ha. Rule of law ya kuda kubayaya. Minanga kwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora komanda ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyatwe shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unokuma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome utanga. Ona parliament ya kanyarara batbanu voziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports.
Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport.
Singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba zhenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyatwa shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unoguna wega. Kana mtemo wakutwa ngome utanga. Ona parliament ya kanyarara but banu boziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadata pasto. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. command ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika, it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unokuma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome utanga. Ona parliament ya kanyarara batvan goziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports. Wajuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira, ngoma zoria. Wajuraya, wavadata pasto. With a soldier passport. What's your visa weka? How did you viswa? Kana constitution ya joka. Goma tinorira. When the constitution breaks. Ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika, it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unokuma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome utanga. Ona parliament ya kanyarara batvan goziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, quizza soldier passports.
State House panopisa. Drum yotinira, ngoma zoria, washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport.
Singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 28 hausi kutera. Sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unokuma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngoma yotanga. Una parliament ya kanyarara but vanu voziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pasto. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zoria. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. kutora command ndo kumutora strong, handover haina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song, section 216 uri kufamba jenhema, section 208 hausi kutera, sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema, go sport ministry and your drama lemba, kukaja power yese unokuma wega, kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome yotanga, ona parliament ya kanyarara batbanu boziva, TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva, wavadacha pasto, wavadacha pasto, kuisa soldier passports. Wavadacha pasto, wavadacha pasto, kuisa soldier passports. Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. Ndo kumutora strong, handover haina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song, section 216 uri kufamba jenhema, section 208 hausi kutera, sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema, go sport ministry and your drama lemba, kukaja power yese unokuma wega, kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome yotanga, ona parliament ya kanyarara batbanu boziva, TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pasto, wavadacha pasto, questa soldier passports. Wavadacha pasto, wavadacha pasto, questa soldier passports.
Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twea sitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. Singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unokuna wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome yotanga. Una parliament ya kanyarara but vanu boziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pasto. Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twea sitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pa. passed Questa soldier passport. Wasi visa weka, hauti kupiswa. Kana constitution ya joka, goma zinorira. When the constitution breaks.
You finished yourself.
Sanyatwe kuspotsu ha. Constitution ya karowa slapa. Nayo cheri ukutimira. Washura ya ha. Hauna handover ha. Army haipine paper ya muno ha. Rule of law ya kuda kubayaya.
Minanga kwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora command ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyatwa shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba.
Ukaja power yese unokuma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwa ngome utanga. Una parliament ya kanyarara but vanuvoziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastove. Wavadacha pastove. Questa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove. Wavadacha pastove. Questa soldier passports. Washura ya ha. Sanyatwe kuspotsu ha. Constitution ya karowa slapa. Now your cherry kutimira. Washura ya ha. This time pintu ya. Takatatirira democracy chipenya ha. Unobuda ne udokana force. Kopalmente ya piu. Apaga ko army ya kabisa he. Ha, mandova ya kasha ya. Komanda kuminista. Shaka pera game over pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Z-I. Geza. Geza. Wajuraya. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washuraya. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. Wasi visa weka, hauti kupiswa. Kana constitution ya joka, goma zinorira. When the constitution breaks.
kutora command ndo kumutora strong, handover haina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema, section 208 hausi kutera, sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba, ukaja power yese unokuma wega, kana mtemo wa kuzangoma yotanga, ona parliament ya kanyarara batbanu boziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva, wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, kuisa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, kuisa soldier passports. Wajuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanya twe hasitoy, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira, ngoma zorira. Wajuraya, wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. Wasipisa weka, hauti kupiswa. Kana constitution ya choka, goma zinorira. When the constitution breaks.
You finished yourself.
Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry ukutimira. Washura ya hauna handover army haipine paper ya muno rule of law ya kuda kubayaya. Minanga kwa iwe wakaenda wrong, kutora command ndo kumutora strong, handover haina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema, section 208 hausi kutera, sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba, ukaja power yese unokuma wega, kana mtemo wa kuzangoma yotanga, ona parliament ya kanyarara batbanu boziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva, wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, kuisa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, kuisa soldier passports.
Sanyatwe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport.
Ndo kumutora strong handover haina kuitika it's long now the constitution singing its song section 216 uri kufamba jenhema section 208 hausi kutera sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema go sport ministry anjo drama remba ukaja power yese unokuma wega kana mtemo wa kutwa ngoma yotanga ona parliament ya kanyarara batvanu voziva TikTok street talk revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pasto, wavadacha pasto, questa soldier passports. Wavadacha pasto, wavadacha pasto, questa soldier passports. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washura. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. command ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika, it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufamba jenhema. Section 208 hausi kutera. Sanyato shiri mukati uniform in hema. Go sport ministry andio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unokuma wega. Kana mtemo wa kutwangume utanga. Ona parliament ya kanyarara batvan goziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, questa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastove, wavadacha pastove, questa soldier passports. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotinira. Ngoma zorira. Washurai. Wavadata pasto. Questa soldier passport. Command ndo kumutora strong. Handover haina kuitika, it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 216 uri kufa. Wajibisa wega haudi kumbizwa. Move yourself, no need to prove. Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. You finished yourself. Sanyatwe kuspotsu. Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amamnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora komanda ndo kumutora strong. Handova ina kuitika. it's long. Now the Constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba zvenhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanya tuachiri mukati uniform in hema. Co-sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mnyutemo wapu tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyara bati vanyoboziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution yakaroa slap. Now your cherry kutini. Wazuraya. This time tirikuya. Takatirira democracy ichipenya. Unobuda nerudo kana fosa. Ko parliament yapiwa. Hapana. Ko ame yakabisa. Handova yakashaya. Yamanda kumitesta. Sisa, game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Wazuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira. Goma zorira, Wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. Wajibisa haudi kubizwa.
Move yourself, no need to prove.
Kana Constitution yachoka ngoma chinorira. Section
Let me
26
start
uri
by
kufamba
thanking you
zvenhema.
and
Section 28 hausikuterera. Sanyato
on
yachiri
the
mukati uniform.
successful demonstrations and stay away we carried out on Monday. I want to thank you all for the support. Together we shall overcome. Today, I'm announcing a further step in our struggle to save Zimbabwe from Emerson and his looting mafia. We have taken our struggle to another level. We are impeaching President Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. The die has been cast, and tomorrow we are setting this process in motion. We are impeaching Emerson on the grounds that he is no longer mentally fit to lead the country. We are constitutionalists, so we are using the Constitution to rescue the country. Section 97, subsection 1 and D of the Constitution of Zimbabwe provides for the removal of the president on the grounds of inability to perform functions of president because of lack of mental capacity to discharge the duties and functions of the office of the president. Mnangagwa is suffering from vascular dementia. We got copies of his medical results. His doctors have already told him. His family is aware. And the looting mafia is also aware. Unfortunately, some members of his family and the looting mafia, led by Kudakwati Tagurei, are taking advantage of his mental sickness. They are taking advantage of his memory loss and forgetfulness to make him sign documents they are using to loot the country. Because of this vascular dementia, Mnangagwa is no longer aware of what is going on around him. It is so serious that on Thursday last week, he even forgot who July Moyo was or what ministry he runs. He even argues with his aides on whether he is at home or in the office at work. That's how serious it is, comrades. The result is that vultures are circling around him. They are looting in his name. They are selling state-owned companies in his name. They are even hiring and firing government and state employees in his name. That's how bad it has become. Dubious characters you didn't elect are now exercising presidential powers. They follow him to his farm to give out tenders in his name. They take away your farms in his name. They even appoint and disappoint army generals on his behalf. It is a free for all for the criminals around him. This says to stop. We have also seen him. He doesn't even know that the Zimbabwe football national team is no suitable ground in Zimbabwe to use for home matches. He doesn't know all those things, yet he is the president. Every time he is publicly addressing you, the moment he moves out of script, he starts asking the chief secretary about people around him. He asks anyone around him about anything. This is the president that we have. Those that are around him are taking advantage of this situation. They are now using him to sign anything that they come up with. And they actually devised a way of looking through his weakness. The fact that he's not resigning because of his ill health, we are impeaching him so he goes to rest. This is his charge sheet. Here are the irrational and captured decisions that Mnangagwa has made, which warrant his impeachment. 1, economic mismanagement, and the fraudulent issuance of treasury bills. These were issued to Kudakwashe Richmond Tagwirei, the president's business partner and close associate. This criminal activity resulted in the local currency collapsing. The currency collapse wiped out approximately 4.5 billion US from the market. As a result, your savings between 2019 and 2024 were totally wiped out. 2. Looting of POSB. Attorney General Virginia Mapiza took advantage of Emerson's mental illness to draft letters in the president's name and sanctioned an illegal and fraudulent privatization of POSB Bank. We are now aware of this unfortunate criminal activity since it was widely covered in the media. As if this was not enough, Mnangagwa also sanctioned the looting of 1.9 billion of state funds through the illegal and fraudulent sale of shares in Kuimba mining house. The company is led by a private consortium fronted by Mnangagwa's looter-in-chief, Kudakwashe Tagwirei. They've been held by Mtulo Nwe, George Dwamatanga, and John Mangun. 3. Abusing the title and office of the president. Criminals are now taking advantage of Emerson's sliding mental state and coming up with dubious presidential branding projects. These projects have one objective: to loot state resources and create billions of American dollars in slush funds for their criminally enterprise and undermining of the Constitution and the people of Zimbabwe. Some of these schemes include presidential input scheme, presidential bore drilling scheme, presidential rural goat pass-on scheme, presidential bleed sticks grease scheme, presidential cotton scheme, presidential rural horticulture scheme, presidential community fisheries scheme, presidential rural poultry scheme, presidential grain protectant scheme, presidential fertilizer subsidy scheme, presidential housing scheme, presidential youth empowerment scheme, presidential HIPAA pass-on scheme, presidential solar scheme. The e-passport and border management system was marketed as a modernization effort to improve efficiency and security. However, the president and his criminals hijacked this initiative and turned it into another looting scheme. They are looting millions of US dollars per year from this scheme. This organized crime is financing their criminal enterprise, luxury lives, and their efforts to annihilate the Constitution of Zimbabwe at the expense of its people. Again, Kudakwashe Tagwirei and Emerson Jr. are at the center of this looting scheme. 5. Dangerous drug dealing. We also have the unfortunate reality that the president and his thieves are dealing in dangerous drugs. Emerson has allowed the Ministry of Health to issue his criminals with permits to deal in dangerous drugs. Wicknell Chibayo and Hubert Angel are using these permits to sell dangerous drugs to our youth. Ambulances are being used to carry these dangerous drugs across cities. Our youth are being killed with these drugs just for criminals linked to the president to make millions of dollars to support their lavish lifestyle. Surely, a president who is supposed to be a father cannot let this happen around him. No sane person can allow the destruction of his country's future in this way. That's why we are saying Mnangagwa must go. For Zimbabweans, these and more cases listed in this document warrant the impeachment of Emerson. The country cannot afford a mentally ill president. Muri yeZimbabwe tinoenderera mberi semazuva ese tichitsanangura norurimi rwokuhamai. Ndinotanga nekukutendai zvikuru nekunzwisisa kwamakaita musi weMande. Makaratidza kubatana, right? Stay away. Crowd are not shut down. Yakabudirira zvikuru. Tinokutendai muri Zimbabwe. Ngatirambe takabatana kusvikira Emerson nezvibwasikana zvake zvikananda tavakunda. Demonstrations akabudirira kwanga kuine police brutality tichazvigadzirisa nguva dzinotevera. Kune mhuri dzinova demonstrators akabatwa. Tine urombo but ndio hondo yacho. Tichaona kuti tichaita sei kuti tibatsirane. Pari zvino magweta ari kukumirirai but tichabatsirana nezvimwe zvidiki zvatinokwanisa kubatsirana nazvo. Takapoma komiti inopota izokuonai muri ikoko but tine tarisiro yekuti nemazuva mashoma ari kuteera munenge mabuda muprison mamuri. Vemachechi tinokutendai zvikuru netsigira yamunotipa. Vana Reverend Utaunashe, vana vaMakandiwa, vana vaMutendi, navamwe vakawanda vanhu vemachechi vandisina kutaura. Tinokutendai, rambai makadaro, rambai muchinyamatsira nyika yedu. Vese nekuwana Joan Marange uko, rambai muchinyamatsira nyika yedu. Vana Mwazha, Mnangagwa uyu aonesa mhuri yeZimbabwe ndondo ainde nokukasika. Zvataronga kuenderera mberi nehondo yedu, tatora hondo iyi takabatana nevana venyu vamakasarudza imwi kuti vanomirira zviro zvenyu. Kwatakuendesa uko hakuna mategasi, hakuna mapurisa, right? Uko bumbiro remutemo renge ichitorwa sebumbiro remutemo. Taiendesa hondo iyi kudare reparliament kuti Mnangagwa aitwe inonzi impeachment. Ndokuva kuti mese impeachment munoiziva zvikodzero zvokuti vachaendesera nyaya kuparliament inyaya yekuti Emerson ava kurwara nechirwere chinonzi vascular dementia. Vascular dementia chirwere chakaipisisa zvikuru kana uchinge uri mutungamiriri wenyika. Chirwere chokuti dzimwe dzenguva unotokanganwa kuti mudzimai wako ndeupi kana kuti vana vako ndevapi. Pane vanga vari kuState House, right? It was sworn in Lieutenant General Sanyatwe. Akatokoshwa bhuru wake chaichaiwe padhuze anonzi July Moyo. Akabvunza kuti kana zviya uyu ndiani? Zvikanzi nevanhu Minister July Moyo. Zvikanzi July Moyo wokupi? Zvikanzi ndiminista wenyu. Zvikanzi minista wechi? Saka ndiye president watinaye aukanga maJuly Moyo. Bhuru wake chaichaiwe, sikatitsikewo. Saka muri kuona kuti matsotsi aya akapoteredza vakutora advantage yekukakasika kwake kwaakuita panyaya dzemupfungwa. Vakutora advantage yekumushandisa kuita zvinhu zvouori, right? Nezvimwe zvinhu zvekuramba vachibira nyika, vachidzinga vashandi vasati vashanda, kana kutochinja mageneral basa. Vakangofunga kuti general uyu hatimudi, vanombomuchinja iye basa rake avangosaina chete. Saka Emerson ava munhu ari dangerous kunyika, right? Saka saizvozvo taitora nyaya iyi yagadzirwa nevana venyu kuparliament, tiri kuisa kuparliament. Hazvirevi kuti zvimwe zvese izvi tamisa, but pari zvino tati togotora nhoroondo iyi, right? Yanzi nevana venyu aiwa vakatsamwa zvikuru nokuda kubatwa wakaitwa mademonstrations, vakati aiwa shortcut nyaya iyi ngatibatsiranei iuye kwedu, uyu munhu afambe ainde, nyika yedu ienderere mberi. Ndatenda hangu mhuri yeZimbabwe. Thank you.
The 31st of March has come and gone. What are you thinking and how are you feeling? Was the 31st of March demo successful? Well, it depends with who you ask. If you ask ZANU-PF apologists, they will tell you that the demo was a monumental failure, given that ED is still president and that people did not turn up in their thousands. But if you ask people who are supportive of Blessed Geza, they will tell you that
start by thanking you and congratulating you on the successful demonstrations and stay away we carried out on Monday. I want to thank you all for the support. Together we shall overcome. Today, I'm announcing a further step in our struggle to save Zimbabwe from Emerson and his looting mafia. We have taken our struggle to another level. We are impeaching President Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa. The die has been cast, and tomorrow we are setting this process in motion. We are impeaching Emerson on the grounds that he is no longer mentally fit to lead the country. We are constitutionalists, so we are using the Constitution to rescue the country. Section 97, subsection 1 and D of the Constitution of Zimbabwe provides for the removal of the president on the grounds of inability to perform functions of president because of lack of mental capacity to discharge the duties and functions of the office of the president. Mnangagwa is suffering from vascular dementia. We got copies of his medical results. His doctors have already told him. His family is aware. And the looting mafia is also aware. Unfortunately, some members of his family and the looting mafia, led by Kudakwati Tagurei, are taking advantage of his mental sickness. They are taking advantage of his memory loss and forgetfulness to make him sign documents they are using to loot the country. Because of this vascular dementia, Mnangagwa is no longer aware of what is going on around him. It is so serious that on Thursday last week, he even forgot who July Moyo was or what ministry he runs. He even argues with his aides on whether he is at home or in the office at work. That's how serious it is, comrades. The result is that vultures are circling around him. They are looting in his name. They are selling state-owned companies in his name. They are even hiring and firing government and state employees in his name. That's how bad it has become. Dubious characters you didn't elect are now exercising presidential powers. They follow him to his farm to give out tenders in his name. They take away your farms in his name. They even appoint and disappoint army generals on his behalf. It is a free for all for the criminals around him. This says to stop. You have also seen him. He doesn't even know that the Zimbabwe football national team is no suitable ground in Zimbabwe to use for home matches. He doesn't know all those things, yet he is the president. Every time he is publicly addressing you, the moment he moves out of script, he starts asking the chief secretary about people around him. He asks anyone around him about anything. This is the president that we have. Those that are around him are taking advantage of this situation. They are now using him to sign anything that they come up with. And they actually devised a way of looking through his weaknesses. The fact that he's not resigning because of his ill health, we are impeaching him so he goes to rest. This is his charge sheet. Here are the irrational and captured decisions that Mnangagwa has made, which warrant his impeachment. 1, economic mismanagement and the fraudulent issuance of treasury bills. These were issued to Kudakwashe Regiment Tagurei, the president's business partner and close associate. This criminal activity resulted in the local currency collapsing. The currency collapse wiped out approximately 4.5 billion US from the market. As a result, your savings between 2019 and 2024 were totally wiped out. 2. Looting of POSB. Attorney General Virginia Mabiza took advantage of Emerson's mental illness to draft letters in the president's name and sanctioned an illegal and fraudulent privatization of POSB Bank. We are now aware of this unfortunate criminal activity since it was widely covered in the media. As if this was not enough, Mnangagwa also sanctioned the looting of 1.9 billion of state funds through the illegal and fraudulent sale of shares in Kuimba mining house. The company is led by a private consortium fronted by Mnangagwa's looter-in-chief, Kudakwashe Takwirei. They've been helped by Mtulo Nure, George Dwamatanga, and John Mangun. 3. Abusing the title and office of the president. Criminals are now taking advantage of Emerson's sliding mental state and coming up with dubious presidential branding projects. These projects have one objective: to loot state resources and create billions of American dollars in slush funds for their criminally enterprise and undermining of the Constitution and the people of Zimbabwe. Some of these schemes include Presidential Input Scheme, Presidential Bore Drilling Scheme, Presidential Rural Goat Pass-On Scheme, Presidential Bleed Sticks Grease Scheme, Presidential Cotton Scheme, Presidential Rural Horticulture Scheme, Presidential Community Fisheries Scheme, Presidential Rural Poultry Scheme, Presidential Grain Protectant Scheme, Presidential Fertilizer Subsidy Scheme, Presidential Housing Scheme, Presidential Youth Empowerment Scheme, Presidential HIPAA Pass-On Scheme, Presidential Solar Scheme. The e-passport and border management system was marketed as a modernization effort to improve efficiency and security. However, the president and his criminals hijacked this initiative and turned it into another looting scheme. They are looting millions of US dollars per year from this scheme. This organized crime is financing their criminal enterprise, luxury lives, and their efforts to annihilate the Constitution of Zimbabwe at the expense of its people. Again, Kudakwashe Takwirei and Emerson Jr. are at the center of this looting scheme. 5. Dangerous drug dealing. We also have the unfortunate reality that the president and his chiefs are dealing in dangerous drugs. Emerson has allowed the Ministry of Health to issue his criminals with permits to deal in dangerous drugs. Wicknell Chivayo and Hubert Angel are using these permits to sell dangerous drugs to our youth. Ambulances are being used to carry these dangerous drugs across cities. Our youth are being killed with these drugs just for criminals linked to the president to make millions of dollars to support their lifestyle. Surely, a president who is supposed to be a father cannot let this happen around him. No sane person can allow the destruction of his country's future in this way. That's why we are saying Mnangagwa must go. For Zimbabweans, these and more cases listed in this document warrant the impeachment of Emerson. The country cannot afford a mentally ill president. Muri yeZimbabwe tinoenderera mberi semazuva ese tichitsanangura norurimi rwokuhamai. Ndinotanga nekukutendai zvikuru nekunzwisisa kwamakaita musi weMande. Makaratidza kubatana, right? Stay away. Crowd had not shut down. Yakabudirira zvikuru. Tinokutendai muri Zimbabwe. Ngatirambe takabatana kusvikira Emerson nezvibwasikana zvake zvikananda tavakunda. Demonstrations akabudirira kwanga kuine police brutality tichazvigadzirisa nguva dzinotevera. Kune mhuri dzinova mademonstrators akabatwa. Tine urombo but ndio hondo yacho. Tichaona kuti tichaita sei kuti tibatsirane. Pari zvino magweta ari kukumirirai but tichabatsirana nezvimwe zvidiki zvandinokwanisa kubatsirana nazvo. Takafoma komiti inopota izokuonai muri ikoko but tine tarisiro yekuti nemazuva mashoma ari kuteera munenge mabuda muprison mamuri. Vemachechi tinokutendai zvikuru netsika yamunotipa. Vana Reverend Utaunashe, vana vaMakandiwa, vana vaMutendi, navamwe vakawanda vanhu vemachechi vandisina kutaura. Tinokutendai, rambai makadaro, rambai muchinyamatsira nyika yedu. Vese nekuwana Joan Marange uko, rambai muchinyamatsira nyika yedu. Vana Mwazha, Mnangagwa uyu aonesa mhuri yeZimbabwe ndondo ainde nokukasika. Zvataronga kuenderera mberi nehondo yedu, tatora hondo iyi takabatana nevana venyu vamakasarudza imwi kuti vanomirira zviro zvenyu. Kwatakuendesa uko hakuna mategasi, hakuna mapurisa, right? Uko bumbiro remutemo renge ichitorwa sebumbiro remutemo. Taiendesa hondo iyi kudare reparliament kuti Mnangagwa aitwe inonzi impeachment. Ndokuga kuti mese impeachment munoiziva. Zvikodzero zvokuti vachaendesera nyaya kuparliament inyaya yekuti Emerson ava kurwara nechirwere chinonzi vascular dementia. Vascular dementia chirwere chakaipisisa zvikuru kana uchinge uri mutungamiriri wenyika. Chirwere chokuti dzimwe dzenguva unotokangamwa kuti mudzimai wako ndeupi kana kuti vana vako ndavapi. Pane vanga vari kuState House, right? It was sworn in Lieutenant General Sanyatwe. Akatokoshwa bhuru wake chaichaiwe padhuze anonzi July Moyo. Akabvunza kuti kana zviya uyu ndiani? Zvikanzi nevanhu ndiMinista July Moyo. Zvikanzi July Moyo wokupi? Zvikanzi ndiminista wenyu. Zvikanzi minista wechi? Saka ndiye president watinaye aukanga July Moyo. Bhuru wake chaichaiwe, tsikatitsikewo. Saka muri kuona kuti matsotsi aya akamupoteredza vakutora advantage yekukakasika kwake kwaakuita panyaya dzemupfungwa. Vakutora advantage yekumushandisa kuita zvinhu zvouori, right? Nezvimwe zvinhu zvekuramba vachibira nyika, vachidzinga vashandi vasati vachada, kana kutochinja mageneral basa. Vakangofunga kuti general uyu hatimudi, varongomuchinja iye basa rake avangosaina chete. Saka Emerson ava munhu ari dangerous kunyika, right? Saka saizvozvo taitora nyaya iyi yagadzirwa nevana venyu kuparliament, tiri kuisa kuparliament. Hazvirevi kuti zvimwe zvese izvi tamisa, but pari zvino tati tobotora nhoroondo iyi, right? Yanzi nevana venyu aiwa vakatsamwa zvikuru nokona kubata wakaitwa mademonstrations vakati aiwa shortcut nyaya iyi ngatibatsiranei iuye kwedu, uyu munhu afambe ainde, nyika yedu yeenderere mberi. Ndatenda hangu mhuri yeZimbabwe. Thank you.
Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution yakaroa slap. Now your cherry kutini. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira democracy ichipenya. Unobuda derudo kana fosa. Ko parliament yapiwa. Hapana. Ko ame yakabisa. Handova yakashaya. Yamanda kumiteta. Pisa, game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Zim I. Geza. Geza. Zim I. Wazuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira. Goma zorira, Wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Oh. What you be wega, how they kubizwa.
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya.
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kusportsu.
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution yakaroa slap. Now your cherry kutinira. Wazuraya. Hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law yakuda kubaya. Amangangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commandando kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba zwenhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanyatwe achiri mukati uniform in hema. Co-sport ministry ndio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo wapu utongoma yotanga. Ona parliament yakanyara bati banyoboziba. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution yakaroa slap. Now your cherry kutini. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira panopisa drum yotinira goma zorira wazuraya wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor questa soldier passports oh. What should be saweka haudi kubizwa
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chindorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya,
You finish yourself.
sanyatwe kuspotsu.
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya, hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amamnangagwa, iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commander ndo kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba zwenhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanyatwe achiri mukati uniform in hema. Cosport ministry ndio drama remba. Ukaja power yese unoguma wega. Kana mnyutemo wapu tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament ya kanyara bati vanyoboziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution ya karoa slap. Now your cherry kutinhi. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira democracy ichipenya. Unobude nerudo kana fosa. Ko parliament ya piwa. Hapana. Ko ame ya kabisa Handova ya kashaya. Yamanda kumiteta. Questa game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Wazuraya, Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotingira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. What should be saweka haudi kubizwa.
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chindorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya.
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kuspotsu.
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya. Hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amamnangagwa, iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commander ndo kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution Constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba zvenhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanyato yachiri mukati uniform in hema. Sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo wapu tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament yakanyara bati banyombo ziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wajuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution yakaroa slap. Now you're cherry kutini. Wajuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira democracy ichipenya. Unobuda nerudo kana fosa. Ko parliament yapiwa. Hapana. Ko ame yakabisa. Handova yakashaya. Yamanda kumiteta. Questa game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Wazuraya. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi. Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa. Drum yotingira. Goma zorira. Wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Oh. What you be wega, how they kubizwa.
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya.
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kusports.
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution yakaroa slap. Now you're cherry kutinira. Wazuraya. Hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amangangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commandando kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba zvenhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanyato yachiri mukati uniform in hema. Sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mutemo wapu tongoma yotanga. Ona parliament yakanyara bati banyombo ziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution yakaroa slap. Now you're cherry kutini. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinyira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wabadacha pastor. Wabadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. What you be that how do you kubizwa?
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya.
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe ku sports.
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya. Hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amangangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commandando kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba hema. Section 28 house kuterera. Sanyatwe achiri mukati uniform in hema. Co-sport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mnyutemo wapu tongoma yotanga. Wana parliament ya kanyara bati vanyumbo ziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe ku sports. Constitution ya karoa slap. Now your cherry kutinhi. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira democracy ichipenya. Unobude nerudo kana force. Ko parliament ya piwa. Hapana. Ko ame ya kabisa. Handover ya kashaya. Anda kumiteta. Questa game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Geza. Geza. Sim I. Wazuraya. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinyira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. What you be that how do you kubizwa?
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya.
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe ku sports.
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya. Hauna ndova.
26 uri kufamba zvenhema section 28 usikuterera sanyato yachiri mukati uniform in hema co-sport ministry ndiyo drama remba ukaja power yese unoguma wega kana mutemo wakutswa ngoma yotanga ona parliament yakanyara bati vanyomboziva TikTok street talk revolution yotiva wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor Quisa soldier passports wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor Quisa soldier passports wajuraya sanyatwe kusports constitution yakarowa slap now your cherry kutini wajuraya this time tikuya takatirira democracy ichipenya unobuda nerudo kana fosa ko parliament yafiwa hapana ko amia kabisa handova yakashaya yamanda kumiteta game over pakaipa Geza Geza sim I Geza Geza sim I Wazuraya constitution won't forget you Sanyatwe hasitoi Zimbabwe won't let you Pa State House panopisa drum yotinira Goma zorira Wazuraya Wavadacha pastor Wavadacha pastor Quisa soldier passports oh. Wajibisa haudi kubizwa
Gonna move yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution yachoka ngoma chinorira When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound Wazuraya
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kusports
Sanyatwe to sports. What?
Constitution yakarowa slapa Now your cherry kutinira Wazuraya hauna ndova ami haivine pepa yemunoha rule of law yakuda kubaya amanangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong kutora commander ndo kumutora strong handover inakuitika it's long now the constitution singing its song section 26 uri kufamba zvenhema section 28 usikuterera sanyato yachiri mukati uniform in hema co-sport ministry ndiyo drama remba ukaja power yese unoguma wega kana mutemo wakutswa ngoma yotanga ona parliament yakanyara bati vanyomboziva TikTok street talk revolution yotiva wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor Quisa soldier passports wavadacha pastor wavadacha pastor Quisa soldier passports wajuraya sanyatwe kusports constitution yakarowa slap now your cherry kutini wajuraya this time tikuya takatirira
forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotingira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wabadacha pastor. Wabadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. What you be sawega, how do you kubizwa?
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound. Wazuraya.
You finish yourself.
Sanyatwe kuspotsu.
Sanyatwe kutu sports. What?
Constitution ya karoa slapa. Now your cherry kutinhira. Wazuraya. Hauna ndova. Ami haivine pepa ye munoha. Rule of law ya kudakubaya. Amamnangagwa iwe wakaenda wrong. Kutora commandando kumutora strong. Handover ina kuitika it's long. Now the constitution singing its song. Section 26 uri kufamba zvenhema. Section 28 usikuterera. Sanyatwe achiri mukati uniform in hema. Cosport ministry and your drama remba. Ukadia power yese unoguma wega. Kana mnyutemo wapu utongoma yotanga. Wana parliament ya kanyara bati vanyumbo ziva. TikTok, street talk, revolution yotiva. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passport. Wazuraya. Sanyatwe kusports. Constitution ya karoa slap. Now your cherry kutinhi. Wazuraya. This time tikuya. Takatirira democracy ichipenya. Unobude derudo kana fosa. Ko parliament ya piwa. Hapana. Ko ame ya kabisa. Handover ya kashaya. Anda kumiteta. Questa game over. Pakaipa. Geza. Geza. Zim ai. Geza. Geza. Zim ai. Wazuraya. Constitution won't forget you. Sanyatwe hasitoi, Zimbabwe won't let you. Pa State House panopisa, drum yotinira. Goma zorira, wazuraya. Wavadacha pastor. Wavadacha pastor. Questa soldier passports. Oh. What you be sawega, how do you kubizwa?
Remove yourself, no need to prove.
Kana constitution ya choka ngoma chinorira. When the constitution breaks, the drums begin to sound.
My name is Blessed Geza, Comrade Gaza. I come back to you today, as promised. Let me start by thanking you and congratulating you on the successful demonstrations and stay away we carried out on Monday. I want to thank you all for the support. Together we shall overcome. Today, I'm announcing a further step in our struggle to save Zimbabwe from Emerson and his looting mafia. We have taken our struggle to another level. We are impeaching President Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. The die has been cast, and tomorrow we are setting this process in motion. We are impeaching Emerson on the grounds that he is no longer mentally fit to lead the country. We are constitutionalists, so we are using the Section 97, subsection 1 and D of the Constitution of Zimbabwe provides for the removal of the president on the grounds of inability to perform functions of president because of lack of mental capacity to discharge the duties and functions of the office of the president. Mnangagwa is suffering from vascular dementia. We got copies of his medical results. His doctors have already told him. His family is aware. And the looting mafia is also aware. Unfortunately, some members of his family and the looting mafia, led by Kudakwati Tagurei, are taking advantage of his mental sickness. They are taking advantage of his memory loss and forgetfulness to make him sign documents they are using to loot the country. Because of this vascular dementia, Mnangagwa is no longer aware of what is going on around him. It is so serious that on Thursday last week, he even forgot who July Moyo was or what ministry he runs. He even argues with his aides on whether he is at home or in the office at work. That's how serious it is, comrades. The result is that vultures are circling around him. They are looting in his name. They are selling state-owned companies in his name. They are even hiring and firing government and state employees in his name. That's how bad it has become. Dubious characters. You didn't. They follow him to his farm to give out tenders in his name. They take away your farms in his name. They even appoint and disappoint army generals on his behalf. It is a free for all for the criminals around him. This says to stop. We have also seen him. He doesn't even know that the Zimbabwe football national team is no suitable ground in Zimbabwe to use for home matches. He doesn't know all those things, yet he is the president. Every time he is publicly addressing you, the moment he moves out of script, he starts asking the chief secretary about people around him. He asks anyone around him about anything. This is the president that we have. Those that are around him are taking advantage of this situation. They are now using him to sign anything that they come up with. And they actually devised a way of looking through his weaknesses. The fact that he's not resigning because of his ill health, we are impeaching him so he goes to rest. This is his charge sheet. Here are the irrational and captured decisions that Mnangagwa has made, which warrant his impeachment. 1, economic mismanagement and the fraudulent issuance of treasury bills. These were issued to Kudakwashe Regiment Tagurei, the president's business partner and close associate. This criminal activity resulted in the local currency collapsing. The currency collapse wiped out approximately 4.5 billion US from the market. As a result, your savings between 2019 and 2024 were totally wiped out. 2. Looting of POSB. Attorney General Virginia McGill took advantage of Emerson's mental illness to draft letters in the president's name and sanctioned an illegal and fraudulent privatization of POSB Bank. We are now aware of this unfortunate criminal activity since it was widely covered in the media. As if this was not enough, Mnangagwa also sanctioned the looting of 1.9 billion of state funds through the illegal and fraudulent sale of shares in Wimba Mining House. The company is led by a private consortium fronted by Mnangagwa's looter-in-chief, Kudakwashe Tagrei. They've been helped by Mtulu Nmule, George Guamatanga, and John Mangun. 3. Abusing the title and office of the president. Criminals are now taking advantage of Emerson's flagging mental state and coming up with dubious presidential branded projects. These projects have one objective: to loot state resources and create billions of American dollars in slush funds for their criminally enterprise and undermining of the Constitution and the people of Zimbabwe. Some of these schemes include Presidential Input Scheme, Presidential Bore Drilling Scheme, Presidential Rural Goat Pass-On Scheme, Presidential Bleed Sticks Grease Scheme, Presidential Cotton Scheme, Presidential Rural Horticulture Scheme, Presidential Community Fisheries Scheme, Presidential Rural Poultry Scheme, Presidential Grain Protectant Scheme, Presidential Fertilizer Subsidy Scheme, Presidential Housing Scheme, Presidential Youth Empowerment Scheme, Presidential HIPAA Pass-On Scheme, Solar, the e-passport and border management system was marketed as a modernization effort to improve efficiency and security. However, the president and his criminals hijacked this initiative and turned it into another looting scheme. They are looting millions of US dollars per year from this scheme. This organized crime is financing their criminal enterprise, luxury lives, and their efforts to annihilate the Constitution of Zimbabwe at the expense of
constitution yakaroa slapa